Hi guys, so this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we have approached into Angular routing has been finished. So we have entered into a new concept. So new topic that is nothing but forms in Angular or Angular forms. So let's try to understand about these Angular forms in version 18. So normally, as you already know the overview of Angular forms, I will try to explain you. So normally I will explain you this overview of Angular forms. Angular normally provides two main types of forms. So how you can handle these forms is two main types you can handle these forms. One is reactive forms and another one is the template driven forms. What is this reactive forms? These forms are controlled primarily through the component class. So that means everything, the form is controlled through the component class, means the TS file. So the logic file which we will be writing the code, right? So in the TS file we will be controlling the forms. They are scalable, reusable and ideal for complex scenarios with many form controls or logic driven requirements. So if you want to implement complex form or something like that, means so the best approach is the reactive forms because they are scalable, reusable and also ideal. And the next type is the template driven form. So these forms are set up and managed directly within the HTML template. So directly in the HTML template, wherever you are using for the component, so these forms are set up and managed in the template. They work well for simpler forms where validation and state management are minimal. So in those scenarios, you will be using the template driven forms. So these are the two different types of forms which we will be using in the Angular. One is reactive forms and another one is the template driven forms. So ideally I told you, right? So react forms and template driven forms process and manage the form data differently. Each approach has its own advantages. So one is reactive form. So I already told you, so which we have explained you. I will explain you clearly. So reactive forms, about these reactive forms, it will provide the direct explicit access to the underlying form object model. So normally I told you, right, so everything will be in the component class you will be dealing it. So it will be having directly the control over the form object model. So you will be having a form object and you will be having the explicit access over this one. Compared to the template driven forms, they are more robust. So these reactive forms are more robust. They are more scalable, reusable and testable also. If forms are a key part of your application, so if your application involves with the forms means totally, so or you are already using reactive patterns for building your application, means then we will be using these reactive forms. So then you will be asking us, so when is the good approach to use the template driven forms? So maybe you will be having a doubt that one. So these template driven forms normally rely on the directives in the template to create and manipulate the underlying object model. So normally the template driven forms, I already told you that it will rely more on the template. So in the HTML template you will be designing these forms, template driven forms. So these rely on the directives in the template. So if you want to manipulate the object model, whereas here you can directly explicit control the form object directly in the component class. They are useful for adding a simple form to an app, such as an email list sign up form, like that. They are straightforward to add to an app, but they don't scale as well as reactive forms. So if you want to have a scalability and all those things, means so they don't scale it. If you have very basic form requirements and logic that can be managed solely in the template, means template driven forms could be a good fit. So that is one thing which I want to tell you about the main concept between the template driven forms and also reactive forms. So the next concept what I want to tell you is the scalability. So now you are able to understand that there are two different types of forms. One is reactive forms and also in template driven forms. So what about the scalability of this one? If forms are a central part of your application, if your application mainly involves more forms, means then scalability is very important. Being able to reuse the form models across component is crucial. So reactive forms are more scalable than the template driven forms. They provide direct access to the underlying form API. So that means, so normally in Angular you will be having a form API. Directly the reactive forms will give you a direct access to the form API and use synchronous data flow between the view and the data model. So this is main important. So it will follow the synchronous data flow between the view and the data model, which makes creating large scale forms easier. Reactive forms requires less setup for testing, and testing does not require deep understanding of the change detection to properly test from updates and validation. So this is the main thing. And next one is the template driven forms focus on simple scenarios and are not as reusable. They abstract away the underlying form API and use asynchronous data flow between the view and the data model. The abstraction of the template driven forms also affects the testing. Tests are deeply reliant on manual change detection execution to run properly and require more setup. So these are the two different approach scalability concept wise if you want to think means. So this is the main thing. So that means by in conclusion what I want to tell is reactive forms are more scalable than the template driven forms. Why? Because these are more reusable. So if you want to reuse the component forms means you can use the reactive forms, whereas the template driven forms are not as reusable as the reactive forms. And also it has a direct access to the form API so that you can use the form API methods whichever you want. But here you cannot have the abstract way of this one, you will be having this form API. So that is the main difference about the scalability. So the next concept which I want to tell you is the setting of the reactive form. So React as form model. So you will be having a form model. Both reactive and template driven forms track the value changes between the form input. So for example, when you are having a form, you are having an input box. Whenever the user enters the data, both reactive and template driven forms track the values. Whatever the input value changes, it tracks the form input that user interacts with and the form data in your component model. The two approaches share underlying building blocks but differ in how you create and manage the common form control instances. So two of them, the basic building blocks is one and the same only, but how you create and manage the form control instances is different. So the common form foundation classes which you will be able to see it is the both reactive and template driven forms are built on the following base classes. The first one is the form control. Okay, the first one is the form control. So this one is the base class which you will be using. So this one tracks the value and the validation status of an individual form control. So here the form control means each input. So in the input in the form you will be having the each one, right? So in that one it will tracks the value and the validation status of a single form element. Okay, so single form element if you want to track the means you will be using the form control. Form group, the next one is the form group, manages multiple form controls as a group, ideal for grouping the related controls. So if you are having a set of form elements and you want to make it as a group means then you will be using this form group. So both in the template driven form and also in the reactive forms you will be using this one. And the another one is the form array, manages an array of form controls useful for dynamic list of inputs. So if you are having a dynamic list of inputs means then we will be using this form array. And the last one is the control value accessor, creates a bridge between a form control and the DOM element. So if you want to have if you want to have the access to the DOM element and this one means it will control value accessor will be used. So I will try to discuss about these all things one by one. So these are the key building blocks in the form types. So form control, so for each input control or something like that, so you will be using this form control. Form group means, so if you want to group all the form controls, so means then you will be using this form group. Form array means when you are having the dynamic list of inputs means then we will be using this form array. And if you want to have a bridge between the DOM element and also the form control means then we will be using this control value accessor. So this is all about the brief introduction of this. What I want to say is the Angular forms. So in the next video we will try to see the step-by-step implementation of both the reactive form and also the template driven form, how we can implement this one in our Angular 18. So I will try to explain you the step-by-step implementation of this one. Hope you understood about this, a brief introduction of this Angular forms. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about the step-by-step implementation of these two types of forms. That is, one is reactive form and also another one is template driven form. So for this one, I have created a new project. So Angular 18 forms. So routing is finished, right? So here I am creating in this way. So fine, let's try to create the reactive form. So reactive forms require you to define the form structure directly in the component class, offering more control over form state and validation. So I will try to show you one by one. For the first step, what we need to do is we need to create a new Angular component. So we will create a standalone Angular component using the reactive approach. So for this one, what I am trying to do is ng-gc reactive form. Okay, so I am using something like this reactive form. So let us create the form here, and in our app component.html file, So what I would be trying to do is I will delete this entire thing, app-reactive. So it will take some time to create. Let it create. So here it has been created. So now I will be using the app-reactive-form. So for this one, in our app.component.ts file, in the imports we need to add the reactive form component. If you try to see here, we are able to see. So it's fine. Now what I would be trying to do it is, in our app component reactive form, in our reactive form component.ts file, and here also reactive form.html file. So fine. So now what I would be trying to do is, so here I will be writing, so just simple favorite color. So I want to add this one in a reactive form way. I want to implement this one in reactive form way. Fine. And now here I will be having a div file. I will be having a simple div, and in this one I will be having an input type is equal to text. Type is equal to text. That's it. So this is our simple text file. So now here in this one I want to show the favorite color. That's it. So now here whatever the input data I am trying to write it here, automatically the data should be shown at the next to the favorite color. So for this one what we need to do is, first of all we need to define the data. So here I will explain you one by one. Favorite color control is equal to new form control. I told you, right? So each form control, so by the default value is this one. So the default value. Now this one you can take it, and here in this one what I need to do it is, so form control is equal to, I can use it something like is equal to, I can use the same like this. Now if you try to see, cannot bind to form control since it is an unknown property. So this directory it cannot able to understand it. For this one what I need to do it is, so here I need to import the reactive forms module. That's it. So you can import the reactive forms module. Fine. Now if whatever the thing I am trying to write it here, we are not able to see it, right? So here I will try to implement in such a way that favorite color control dot value. That's it. Now if you try to see the output for this one, so whatever the data I am trying to write it, so we are able to see at the bottom. So here form control initialization, favorite color control is a form control instance. Okay, it is an instance. So new form control, it is an instance or an object, whatever it may be. It's initialized with an empty string empty. This setups reactive control for the input field. Binding to the template, the form control, the directive which we have used it here. So binds the control instance favorite color control to the input element in HTML. This setup synchronizes the control value and the validation status with the input field. Note, in reactive forms, the component class holds the truth for form values, allowing greater control and directive access to the form state. So this is the one thing. And the next setup which we will try to see it is the template driven form. So how we can implement the same scenario in the template form. So I am trying to write the template form here. So let us create the component for this template form. So template driven form simplify form control management by using Angular directives like ng model directly in the template, making them ideal for the simpler scenarios. So let's try to see this one. For this one what I will try to do is, so here I will use app-template-form. So I am using the app template driven form, and here in our app.component.ts file, so I have used it. So here you will be able to see the template form works, and I am removing this form reactive form control. So here I am using the template form component.ts file, and also here also template form control.html file. Okay, so these are the two things. And now here I will use the h3, same thing, favorite color, but this time this will be of template form. Okay, so the same thing, so which I would be trying to implement this one is, so we will be having the same div element, and I will be having the same input type is equal to text, and but this time, so what we need to do is, instead of using the form control, so we need to use the ng model. Okay, directly we need to use it directly like this. So ng model we need to use it, and you can directly use the name whichever the name you want. So here I am using the favorite color. That's it. Now if I want to show this one in the paragraph, favorite color is equal to, so here I need to use the favorite color, that's it. So the variable, same variable I am trying to use it, but this one is not working. By default it will not work. So what we need to do it is, so here we need to import the forms module. Okay, that's it, finished. Forms module has been included, and here it is asking that property favorite color is not there. Okay, so let's try to implement this favorite color. So favorite color is equal to empty. By default I will mention it as an empty. That's it. Now if you try to see here, we are able to see the favorite color, and whatever the data I am writing here, the same implementation we are able to see, but this time we have implemented this one using the template driven approach. So these are the two different ways how we will be implementing. So explanation of this one is two-way data binding. First one is, so favorite color is a regular variable. So this one, if you try to observe, it's a regular variable, and the ng model directive. So this ng model directive binds to the input element. This creates and manages a form control instance implicitly. So template based management. Template driven forms rely on the template to manage form states. So here completely it is relying on the template thing, which means the form structure is implicit. This is best suited for the simpler forms where the component class does not need full control over the structure. So if the component doesn't need, if this component class doesn't need full control over the component form structure, means then we can use the template driven form. So note that in template driven forms, the view template holds the truth, that view or the template holds the truth form for values. That's it. So the key difference between this one is the setup wise reactive forms explicitly in the component class with the form control. So here in our reactive forms, we will be using reactive forms. Let's open this one. So explicitly we are designing the forms using the form control, whereas there we are using it for the ng model data flow. So this total is in synchronous way, there it is in asynchronous way. Validation, so define in the component validator itself. So you can, if you want to define the validators, means you can define in the component class itself. There you need to define using the directives in the template, which we'll try to see in the upcoming videos. Scalability, better for complex forms and reusable components. This one is better for complex forms and reusable components, whereas template driven forms are good for simpler and non-reusable forms. So that's it guys about this template driven forms and reactive forms basic example. I have shown you the demonstration what is the difference between these two. So choosing between the reactive and the template driven forms depends on the form's complexity and your control needs. Reactive forms provide more directive access and are better for large applications, while template driven forms are simpler and useful for quick setups with fewer controls. This is what about the difference between reactive and the template forms. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to understand the data flow in the reactive forms with a step-by-step explanation. So how the data flows in the reactive form. So let's try to see. Reactive forms in the Angular. I will try to write it here so that we can able to read it clearly. So reactive forms in Angular allow for a direct connection between the form element in the view and also the data model through instance of the form control. So this is the main thing. So direct connection between the form element and also the data model through the instance of the form control. This ensures immediate and synchronous data binding between the view and the model. So let's try to see one by one. So now normally in Angular, so what will happen? Let's try to understand. The reactive forms, the interaction flow will be happened in two directions. One is view to model. So that means user actions in the view update the data model. So that means user will try to change it in the view in the template and it will be updated in the data model. So whereas the model to view, that means programmatic changes in the data model reflect in the view. Whenever you are trying to change the programmatically the data model, means automatically the changes you have did it in the data model will be reflected in the view. So we will explore both flows with a simple form example that includes an input field for a favorite color, which we have seen it in our previous thing only. So let's try to understand about this one with the view to model and also the model to view also. Let's try to understand it very clearly. So first of all, let's try to see about the view to model. So already we are having a simple example that is nothing but in our reactive form only, the TS file and also reactive form.html file. So we already have a simple example with this favorite color thing. So now in our app component, app.component.html, I will try to stop this one. Here we have used it, form control, and here we are trying to use, okay, reactive forms module has not been imported. Yeah. So now you will be able to see the output for this one. So whatever the things I am trying to change here, it is automatically changing. Let's try to see. So now we have used the form control, and form control everything we are trying to use it, right? So let's try to understand the flow of this one, view to model data flow. So when the user types in the favorite color input, so here this is our favorite color. When the user types in the favorite color input, Angular captures this event. So this, whatever the input event you are trying to do it, Angular captures this event and updates the form control instance. So the form control instance here is nothing but this one. So and updates the form control resulting in the updated model value, and this updated model value will be updated. Let's try to see about the step-by-step view to model flow. So first one is, for example, let's say that user types a value. For example, let's say that user types blue into the input box for a favorite color. Fine, I have typed the blue. So now whenever you have typed blue means the input element emits an input event with the value blue. So that means it will emit an input event. So whenever you are trying to change the value, it will try to emit the event, that is nothing but input event. So with the value of blue here. And now this one is captured by the control value accessor. So this one, so whenever this input event is by emitting the event, so it will be listened by the control value accessor. Angular's control value accessor, and this one is an internal handler for the form input events. So this one will be happening in the reactive forms module. So you will be having an Angular's control value accessor, and it will detect the input event and immediately updates in the form control instance. So it will immediately update in the form control instance. Form control emits the value. So that means the favorite, the color control is there, right? The form control instance emits the new value through the value changes observable. So whenever it receives this one, so it will emit the value through the value changes observable. And subscribers receive the address. So that means any code subscribed to the value changes means will receive the new value. For example, let's say that, so if you are having in the constructor, so let's say that, so you are having in the constructor, okay, so here I can use this dot favorite control dot value changes. So here you can use this value changes, and this one is an observable, right? So you can subscribe to that observable, and here you will be able to get the color, and here you can do the console.log. So new favorite color, and here I can use color. That's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, how it will look like. So in our console.log, if you try to see in the console.log, if you try to see here in our console, so whenever I try to type the blue color here, automatically you will be able to see for every trigger of the event, you will be able to see this value changes is getting fired. So why? Because so you need to understand that whenever the user types an any value in this one, an event will be fired here, input event will be fired, and this input event will be captured by the value control value accessor, which is an internal handler present in the reactive forms module, and that control value accessor will update the corresponding form control instance, and it will update the model value, and this model value whenever it updates, it will fire this, it will send the emit the value through an observable, that is nothing but value changes observable. So instance emits the new value through the value changes observable. So any code, so if you are having any code subscribed to this value changes means they will receive the new value, and you can do whatever the logic you want. So this is what we will be trying to do it in the view to model. So now the second one which I want to explain to you is the model to view. For example, let's say that from model to view if you want to update. So through the view I have updated the value. So through the model if you want to update means if a programmatic change is made to the model, the change reflects in the view. So that is means. So now whenever you are trying to change it through the code, then that code, the changes should be reflected in the template in the view also. For example, let's say that, so setting in view, for instance, we update the color programmatically with the set value. So here, so what we can do it is, so if you want to update the favorite color control through the code means, so we will use the set value for that one. And the second one is what it will try to do it is the form control instance emits the updated value read through the value changes observable. Again, so whenever you use the set value, automatically the value changes will update, will send a new value. So the any code subscribed to the value changes will receive the new value, including any listeners for updates in other components. So it will try to update it. And the last one is the control value accessor updates the input. So the control value accessor, so which we have seen it, updates the input element with the new color value red reflecting it in the view. That is the main thing. So now we'll try to see about the model to view. So if you try to observe the model to view, let's say that I am having a button here, okay, in our reactive forms module. So here I will be having a button and I will use change color, okay, and here I will be using the method, the click event. So click is equal to change color. Okay, so we have implemented the click event. Now when you try to use this change color in our component.ts file, so here I want to update the value, that is, so if you want to programmatically update the value to the red, means what you need to do, so you need to use this dot form control, favorite color control dot set value. So you need to use the set value and you need to update it to the red, that's it. So now whenever you are trying to update here, automatically it will be updated. So if you try to see here, blue means, so this one we are updating it through the view, and here if I want to programmatically update change color, means see automatically the red will has been changed both in the view and also in the form control instance property name also it has been changed. So this is the thing. So user typing, when the user types in the input, means the value change is observable, emits the input value, updating the favorite color. So here you will be able to see it. So now button click. So whenever you are trying to click on the button also, so button also clicking on the change color to red or green or something, so it changed to red. This triggers the value changes observable also. If you try to see the value observable, updating the input element with the green. With this setup, you can get a clear view of how Angular receives the form, handle view to model, and also the model to view data flows in a synchronized way. I will try to show you in a pictorial representation also of this one, view to model and also model to view. So if you try to see the pictorial representation of this view to model, so here you will be able to see the user types in the input box. Then immediately when the user types in the input box, means an input event will be fired. We have seen it, right? So when this input event is fired, control value accessor will be taking that value and it will set the value on the form control. So it will set the value on the form control, and the form control fires when the form control gets the data, it will fire the value changes even to the observable, and the observables will receive the data. See, this is how the pictorial representation will be there. Whereas for the model to view, means how it will be there is, let's try to show you. So whereas this model to view will be, for example, we are calling the set value on the form control. So we are trying to, whenever the user clicks on the change color method, means automatically we are calling the set value on the form control, and the form control notifies the control value accessor, and also it will fire the value changes event to the observable, and the observables will catch the data and respond to according to that one. And when it notifies the control value accessor updates the value in the view. So this is the total overall flow for the view to model and also model to view in the reactive forms. Hope you understood about this concept, how internally it will work. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, let's try to learn about the data flow for the template driven forms in the Angular. Both we'll try to see about the view to model and also the model to view directions. So we will explore each one step by step with a clear explanation and a working example using the Angular 18 standalone components. So let's try to see it. So the first one which I want to tell you is the view to model data flow. So how this view to model data flow will work. So I will try to explain you some simple example. So here in the view to model flow, so normally view to model flow means what I was trying to tell you is, so whenever you are trying to write the data, so for example here you are in the view, you are trying to update the value, and how this value from the view is carried into the Angular component. So that is nothing but the model. So the data model, how it will be. So in the view to model data flow, the data changes from the view, that means input element, yes. So we will change the data from the input element and propagate to the model, that is nothing but the component property. So now user types in the input. The first one is user types in the input. Let's say that the user types blue into an input box bound to the favorite color in the component. So that means what I was trying to tell you is, so here we are having an input box and we have a property that is nothing but the favorite color, which is of two-way data binding property. We have made it. So now when the user types blue into an input box, that is bound to an favorite color property in the component. Now the input emits an input event. So this is a native input event, and that input element, whenever you are trying to write the value, it will emit the event. So now the Angular listens to the input's native input event. Now the control value accessor. So we have learned about this control value accessor. So control value accessor triggers the set value on the form control. So normally what it will, control value accessor will do, it will trigger the set value in the form control instance. Now a control value accessor like default value accessor for the basic inputs detects the changes and calls set value on the form control bound to the favorite color. So this is the thing. And form control emits value changes observable. So this is the common. So it will changes the form control emits changes the observable. Now the form control instance emits the new value to any subscribers via the changes. So here the form control instance, when the value when the control accessor sets the value, automatically it will emit the value changes observable. So the value changes observable it will emit, and whoever the subscribers that has been subscribed to the value changes, they will receive the updated value. And next after that one, view to model update is called. So then after completing of this one, view to model update method is called. So the control value accessor calls the view to update model in the ng model directive. So why? Because we have added it as an ng model directive, right? So in this ng model directive, the control value accessor again calls the view to model update method, emitting an ng model change event with the new value blue. So that means it will emit a new event, that is nothing but ng model change. So the two-way data binding updates favorite color in the component. Automatically the two-way data binding updates the favorite color in the component. So since the template uses the Angular's two-way data binding syntax ng model, the component's favorite color property updates to blue. So that is one thing. So simply if you try to observe the same, so here if I try to observe the same, if I try to show you the same concept here inside this one. So whenever I try to update the value to blue here, automatically this blue, the control value accessor here ng model directive, ng model change will be fired automatically, and here in this one the property will be updated. And if you are having a form control instance and all the things means, the control value accessor will fire the set value, all the things will be fired. So this is how the view to model data flow will be updated. So now the second one is the model to view data flow. So I want to explain you the model to view data flow. That means, so whenever you are trying to update the value in the model and how the view will receive the data. So let's try to observe that scenario also. So here in the model to view flow, the data changes in the component propagates to the view. So you understood this one. So first one is update favorite color in the component. We programmatically update the favorite color to red in the component, and the change detection begins. Immediately when we try to write the change immediately when we try to update the favorite color property in our Angular component, change detection begins. Angular's change detection detects that favorite color has changed. So the change detection detects that favorite color has changed and triggers an ng on changes event in the ng model directive. So immediately ng on changes event will be fired on the ng model directive. ng on changes sets the form control value asynchronously. So here ng on changes sets the form control value asynchronously. The ng on changes method of ng model schedules an asynchronous task to update the form control with the new value red. So second change detection has been occurred. Why? Because the form control value has been updated. Again the second change detection has triggered. Angular runs a second change detection to prevent the expression change after it has been checked errors. So in order to prevent this error, so it will runs the second change detection. Form control emits the value change observable. So after completing this one, then the form control emits the value changes observable. After the asynchronous update, the form control instance emits the latest value red through its value changes observable. That's it. The control access updates the input element. The control accessor access receives the new value and updates the input element in the view. So this is how we will be updating the model to view flow. And if you try to observe here, so what we'll try to do here, we can update it to button, and here I can write it as an update color. So now when you try to observe here, so here I will use a click event is equal to update color. So I will be having it as an update color. Now when you try to observe here in this one, I will write the method update color, and here I can write such as this dot favorite color is equal to, that's it, finish. So now if you try to see here, when I click on this update color, automatically red will be updated here in this view and also here also. So in this way the input element value will be updated, and also the value also will be emitted as in the value changes observable. If you observe here the data flow diagram from the view to model update, so here the user types in the input box and it will fires the native input event, and the control value accessor will takes that value, and first it will sets the value in the form control, and the form control fires a value changes event to the observable. So and these observers will subscribe to this one. And another time here it will also call the view to model update method in the ng model method. So then it will emits an ng model change event, and the component will be invoked, and it updates the value of the two-way data binding property. So this is how the view to model diagram will be flow will be taken place. So when it comes to the model to view means how it will try to take place is, for example, let's say that. So when it comes to the model to view, here the component updates the property value. So the property is bound to the ng model and it triggers the change detection. So the first change detection, ng model asynchronously sets the form control value. Form control has been set. When this form control is set, async actions triggers a second round of change detection. In this second round of change detection, what will happen? Form control got the value and it files a value changes event to the observers, and observers, the control value accessor receives the value changes event, and the control value accessor sets the value in the control. So this is the how in the model to view implementation will be taking place. So this is the total data flow. For example, let's say that if you want to subscribe to the value changes means what you can do it is, so here you can use something like hash color input is equal to, so we need to do it as an ng model, that's it. So now we need to capture this one here in such a way that at the rate view child of, and this should be imported view child of, we got the color input, right? So color input, and this should be color input model of type ng model. Okay, so this should be of type ng model. Now if you go here in our ng after view unit, okay, and if you want to do it, so here you can write something like this dot color input model dot value changes dot subscribe of data, and here you can do the console.log of data. So whenever you are trying to update it, automatically it will be updated. So now if you try to check it in the console.log value, so in the console if you try to see, and if I update it here, so we got the red value, see, and if I want to update it here, automatically we are able to get. So all the time the value changes is getting fine. If you want to console this color input model, you will be able to see this dot console.log this dot color input model. So now if you try to check it here in this one, so if you try to check it, so here you will be able to see the color input model, and in this one you will be able to see the change detection strategies, the control, here the form control, everything. So this is the form control, everything will be get updated here. In this one you will be able to have the value changes. So each one also you will be able to check the value changes thing. So the form control instance will be updated here. This is how you will be getting updated. So hope you understood about this concept. What about this one? So this template driven form data model. So we'll try to discuss deep into this about this template driven forms and React driven forms in the upcoming videos. I'm just giving you an overview how this one will work. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. In this video, we will learn about the data model mutability in the Angular forms. So we'll try to see how the data will be modified in the component level, both in the reactive forms and also in the template driven forms. We'll try to see the both approach. So let's break down the key concepts of data model mutability and change tracking in the Angular forms by comparing the reactive and template driven approaches. So what we are taking is we will be working through the example of a favorite color input field, which we are trying to do in our couple of videos, previous videos. So the same example we'll try to take it, and we'll see each form type handles, how the each form type handles changes and implications for data model mutability and efficiency. So let's try to observe one by one. So the first one which we'll try to see is the reactive forms, how the data model data will be updated, how the data model will be updated in the reactive forms. So reactive forms, as you already know, it will contains a form control instance, right? So let's try to see it. Reactive forms in Angular keep the data model immutable. So here the mutability, it is an immutable. What is this immutable? The data model means nothing but you consider it as a form control. So the form, that instance of the form control, the data how it is maintained. So what is this immutable? Meaning that instead of modifying the existing data model directly, so that means that data model will instead of modifying the existing data model, a new version of the data model is created each time when there is a change. So that means in the reactive forms, whenever an input value or something like that change, so you will be having the form control instance, right? So every time, for every change, a new instance of the form control will be created. In result, you will be getting a new data model all the time with that only single change. This lets Angular more efficiently detect and respond to the changes. So how it works here? Each changes generates a new form control instance value. So that means whenever you try to change the input value, every time a new form control instance will be created. That means a new object instance will be created for every change, allowing us to track these unique changes. So that means whenever this form control instance value changes, you will be able to get only those unique changes only and integrate seamlessly with Angular's change detection. So advantages. What is the advantage of using this type of approach is it is easier to manage change tracking and integrates well with the observable operators. So that means all the time, so it integrates well with the observable. So the main reactive forms always it will track with the observables, right? So it will take care of this observable. So let's try to see how it will be changed. So now the example which we are having right now is the template driven forms. It is reactive forms, right? Let's try to take the reactive form component.ts file and also reactive form component.html file. So now in the reactive form component.html file, if you are able to see this one, so form control creation, first of all, we create a form control for favorite control. This is a favorite color control. We have created a new form control instance. Initially, we have made it as an empty. The value is empty. Now, let's try to see the immutable change tracking, how it will happen. Whenever a change occurs, so whenever this form control color control will, here in this one, whenever a change occurs, so the value change is observable, emits a new value. So here it will be invoked by the value changes. It will invoke a new value. This makes the change detection efficient as Angular only needs to respond to a new values instead of repeatedly checking the old ones. So whenever the value changes means only that for that value only it will invoke this value changes, so that all the time it will check for only the modified ones. It will not check the respective old ones. So each time you update the input, favorite color control value changes emits a new value, making the component track and respond to the unique changes. So that is the main thing of this one. So now if you try to see the output for this, so if you go here and here in our not the template form, let's go to the app.component.html. Yeah, here in this reactive form, I will try to open this reactive form also. So in this reactive form, if you try to observe at the top, so whenever you try to update the value, so here each time the value changes, the data model, the form control instance, each time it will be invoked, it will be created, and the value change is observable. It will send you the each time a new value. So this is one thing. Now let's try to observe about that what is that one, template driven forms mutable data model. So how the data model will be updated in the template driven forms. So if you try to observe here, in contrast, template driven forms use a mutable data model. So this one means it's a mutable data model, means the existing data, the existing object which you will be having, it is a mutable that directly binds to the component property. So this one will be directly bind to the component properties. So Angular's two-way data binding ng model updates the data model immediately as changes occur in the template. So who will update this existing mutable data model is ng model. So whenever the two-way data, whenever the data model immediately, whenever the template got updated means, so the data model updated immediately as changes occur in the template. How it works? So now the input field updates the bound component property directly. So the input field updates the bound component property directly using the ng model, making the data model mutable. So what is the implication of this one? Change detection is less efficient. Why? Because so the data, the template the Angular needs to detect, right, whatever the property the template has been changed. So change detection is less efficient because Angular has to check for changes every time data binding triggers an update. So whenever the data binding triggers an update means Angular has to check for the changes every time, as there is no observable to track the unique changes. In reactive forms there is an observable, so that's why it will be able to track the unique changes, whereas here means always the change detection strategy will be happening. So if you try to see our code in this one, the code which we have did it, So let's try to open the template driven form. So here the template form component.ts file, template form component.html file. So now if you try to see here in our template form component.ts file, so the two-way data binding, the ng model, the ng model binding directly updates the favorite color property. Here we are having a favorite color property, and here we have updated it to the ng model. Automatically directly the favorite color property will be updated with the ng model. So tracking the favorite color value is modified. So here the favorite color value is modified directly, making change detection less efficient, because Angular must track and compare the favorite color property with every change. So that means whatever the value it got updated means always it has to check for this favorite color also, whether it has updated or not. So without any observable, so here so without any observer to monitor the distinct changes. So that's the thing. So it doesn't able. So any property in this template got updated means it will check for the favorite color also, whether this is the value it has been updated or not. Whereas in the observable, so it can able to distinguish. So whatever what the value has exactly has updated. So that is the thing. So in the final result, what I want to tell you is when the input value is updated, the favorite color property is modified directly, making Angular reevaluate the property on each data binding cycle. So that is the thing. So in summary, what I want to tell you is, so data model here in the reactive form, it is immutable. So the new data is created on every change. Whereas in the template driven form, it's immutable. Existing data model will be modified directly. And the change detection strategy in the reactive form, it is very efficient. It tracks only new values via observable. Whereas it is less efficient, checks the property on each cycle. In each cycle, it will always try to check the property. And use case suitability is best for complex. For this one, reactive forms are best for complex or large scale apps. And this one is template driven forms are suitable for simpler forms and less complex change tracking needs. So this approach ensures you know when to choose between reactive and template driven forms based on your application efficiency need, especially when dealing with the change detection in Angular 18 standalone components. So hope you understood about the data mutability in both reactive forms and also template driven forms. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the how to test the reactive forms. Let's have an overview how we will be testing the reactive forms. So normally testing the reactive forms means, so we already have the component and also the reactive form.html we have it. Yeah, this is this component only we will try to test it. And here we are having the spec also. This is the spec file. So now let's dive into the testing reactive forms in Angular 18 with a focus on both view to model and also the model to view data. So how whenever you try to update here and through the component also, so both the ways we'll try to do it. So I will guide you here in this video step by step, and we will try to have explanation of each test. So now for this one, we already have a favorite color component. This is the component we are having. So let's try to write the test for the view to model and model to view. So first one, before setting up that one, so first we need to have a testing module. So before we begin this specific test, we will configure a testing module for the favorite color component using the test bed. So these are the concepts if you are unaware of this testing and all those things. So I already covered a complete series in this Angular testing. So you can take a look at that Angular testing thing. So let's try to understand this testing thing. So now here what I am trying to do, so this one is the describe thing. So now here, so first of all we are initializing component, and also we need to have a fixture, component fixture. Okay, so component fixture, and which is of type reactive form component. So fine. So now before executing of this testing, so these are the things that needs to be done. So before each means before running the test, individual test, so you need to execute this command, so this logic. So something like constructor or something like that you can think. So first of all, I am configuring the testing module, and here I am importing the reactive form component. And if you try to understand carefully, the reactive form component, again it is dependent on the reactive forms module. So if you try to see here, it is dependent on the reactive forms module. So now, so let's try to import this reactive forms module also. So here I will import this reactive forms module, that's it. So now reactive form component, it will be able to, this compile components, it is doing it. So fine. Now what we are trying to do, here we are getting the fixture. So now testbed dot create component, we are creating the component that is nothing but the reactive form component. So now we are able to get the component fixture. So when it creates a component, it will give you the component fixture. That fixture we are trying to save it. Now here, so we are through the component fixture, we are getting the component instance so that we can able to access the methods and all those things. So we got the component, fine, and we need to detect the changes for this one. So fine. So that's it. This is all about the thing. Now the first test what we need to do it is the view to model data flow test. So the view to model data flow verifies that user input updates the control value in the component or not. So that means what are the steps we need to do? First of all, select the input element from the view. So that is nothing but this one. Select the input element. First of all, we need to select this input element, and we need to create and dispatch a custom input event to simulate the user typing in the input field. And we need to set the input value to red and dispatch the input event. And we need to check set the form control value favorite color control dot value matches the input value red or not. So let's try to see how we can implement this one. So here what I am doing is, here it should update the value of the input field. Okay, so that is the thing. So now, so what we do, so the second argument is nothing but a callback function. It will take it, and in this callback function, so we will try to implement the code. So here I will try to implement the code. So now here in this one, so what I will try to do, the first step is the select the input element. So how we can select the input element? Just nothing but constant input is equal to, so we got the fixture. Okay, so we have the fixture, and through the fixture we will get the native element, and using this native element we will get the query selector. Okay, I will try to write the query selector of input. Okay, that's it. So we got the query selector of input. Now we got the input element. So we need to create the event for this one. So okay, constant event is equal to new event. So what is the type of event we need to have? That is nothing but custom event. That is nothing but input. So input, this is the event which we need to fire it. So now what I need to do? So first I need to set the input dot value is equal to red. I will try to set the value to red. Fine. And I will dispatch this event. So that means I will trigger this event. Dispatch input dot dispatch event of event. So I will try to send, I will try to dispatch the event. Now what I want to do it is, I want to expect the component. We got the component, right? So component dot favorite color control dot, so that is nothing but the value. So favorite color control dot value should be equal to, that is nothing but to equal of, that is nothing but the red color. So that is nothing but red color. It should be equal to the red color. That's it. So now let's try to this is how we will be writing. So now in the same scenario, model to view data flow test. The model to view data flow test means verifies that that by setting a new value in the control programmatically updates the input element in the DOM or not. So we will be using this favorite color control, the form control instance, and we will set a new value to the blue, and we will select the input element from the view, and we will try to see whether the selector has matching the input blue color or not. So what we will try to do it is the same thing. We will try to check in such a way that it should update the value in the control. Okay, so here I will try to write like this. First of all, what we need to do? First of all, we need to set the value programmatically. That is nothing but favorite color control dot set value. Sorry, it's not set. Set value. So we are setting the value. That is nothing but we are setting the value to the blue. And next step, what we need to do it is, so we need to select the input element. That is nothing but constant input is equal to, so we know the fixture. Okay, fixture dot native element dot query selector of input element. So right now we have only one input element, so that's why I'm using it. So now we need to check that expect of input dot value should be equal to, or otherwise to be anything, you can use it, blue. That's it, finish. So this is how you will be writing it. So now put it all together, so you will be able to see this is the entire code. So now if you want to test it means, so you can test it. So package.json file. So if you try to check the test npm test, you can write the npm test. Okay, so let's try to run this npm test. We'll check it whether we can able to update it or not. So this is how it will be opening, and here one test has been failed. That is nothing but should render title. So that should be something like app component.spec.ts file. So should render title means, so we have removed some code, right? So that is the reason. So we'll try to remove this one. So that's it. So now if you try to run it again, it will run it again. And if you see this code again, and here we will try to run, reload. Let's try to see. So now it is rerunning again. So now everything is passed. So now here we have written in the reactive form should update the value in the form control. Here you will be able to see the thing. So here you will be able to see the spec thing. So should update the value in the form control. So this is how you will be writing the test components. So this karma and all those things. We'll try to learn about this testing also when we went into the testing chapter in Angular 18. So this is how we will be writing. We will be testing the reactive forms. So here you will be able to understand, right? So whenever you are trying to write the reactive forms, first of all you need to understand. First you need to write the view to model and also the model to view, so that the testing will be perfect. So that's it guys about this reactive forms testing. So in the next video we will try to learn about the template driven forms testing also, how you will be writing. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn how to test the template driven forms. So we have learned about the reactive forms, right? So now let's see how we can test the template driven forms. Normally the template driven forms, if you try to see, so normally what we will try to check, it's the same thing. So we will go over the view to model and also model to view data flow step by step by using Angular standalone components. We'll try to do it. So now, so we have already the concept, we have it, right? So here we are having a favorite color component, this one all. So I will try to implement the same thing. Now what I need to do it is, so for this one, so let's go to the spec file. So this is our spec file, and in this spec file, if you try to observe carefully, so what we are having, this one we are having before each function, these all the things we are having it, right? So now this is all the common thing. So first I am taking the component, it's a property, and the component fixture we are trying to get it. Where we can get the component fixture is in the test bed. So now we are configuring the testing module. So when we are trying to configure the testing module, so the template form component is dependent on the forms module. So we need to include the forms module also. Let's try to include the forms module. Yeah. So we have included the form module and compile components. Testbed.create component fixture has been created, and we got the component instance and the direct changes. So now what we need to do it is, so here I need to write the test case. So it should update the favorite color in the component, whatever it may be. So it is something like we are trying to do the view to model. So we are creating a fake async here in this one. So this is our code. So this fake async we need to download it. Sorry, we need to import it from the Angular code testing. Now here, so what I am trying to do, first we need to get the input variable. Okay, constant input is equal to, so we got the fixture, right? We got the fixture dot native element, sorry, fixture dot native element dot query selector of input. That's it. So now we got the input, and now I need to update the input dot value is equal to red. So I need to update the input value is equal to red. So now we need to dispatch the event. So for this one, input dot dispatch event of, we need to create a new event, and that two event is nothing but input event. So finish. So now we got the event. So what we need to do here, we need to check for the fixture dot detect changes. So we need to detect the changes. That's it. So now if you detect the changes here, so now we need to expect component dot favorite color to equal to red. That's it. So it should be equal to red. This is our first one. So now I will try to explain you. Before that I will start the testing. So npm test. So now let it run this one. So here the explanation of this one. So first one is, so constant, here we are able to see fixture dot native element dot query selector of input. So what we are trying to do, we are selecting the input element to interact with it. So now the second two, input value is equal to red and also the dispatch event. So we are setting the input dot value to red and also we are dispatching an event mimicking the user input. Now let's see whether we are running it or not. Yeah. Let's go to the localhost 400. Yeah. So now we are mimicking the user input. So now when we are emitting the event, so I am trying to check the detect changes. So this updates the component with any changes triggered by the event. So we are checking if the favorite color now equals to red or not, proving the data flow from view to model working correctly or not. So here if you try to see, it is running the test. So let it run. It may take some time to run the test. So guys, if you try to see here, so in the template given, you will be able to see that the test case has been successfully run. Should update the favorite color in the component. Now the second scenario which we need to check it is the model to view test. So in this test what we need to do, so we will be setting the favorite color directly in the component and we will check if the change is reflected in the input field or not. So previously what we are trying to do, so we are trying to change the input value and we are checking it. So right now we will try to write it here through the programmatically. So here, so what I would be trying to do, it should update the favorite color on the input field. That's it. So now here also we need to do the fake async, and here I will be writing the code, and first we need to set the component. So component dot, we have a variable, so I am updating it to red here or blue. So let's try to check it as a blue. Fine. So now I need to detect the changes. So why? Because so we have made the change in the property, so it needs to update the component template. Okay, run the change detection. So we need to wait for some time. Okay, so you can, if you want, you can also pass it. So tick, it should be imported from the Angular code testing. Okay, now I will be trying to catch the input variable. Constant input is equal to fixture dot native element dot query selector of input. So I am catching this time the input element, and here again I am checking that whether the input variable has the value or not. So here, so I am expecting the input dot value to be or to equal, whatever you want you can do it, the blue. That's it. So now if you try to check the same changes, so here we have written it, right? So now it has been completed. So if you try to see here, this one also got updated. So if you remove the tick also, so now if you try to check it here, so now it will be updated. Okay, so the changes has been detected. So this is how, okay, here we are able to see that the expected empty to be blue. So here we got the blue empty. Why? Because so we are changing the detecting changes, immediately we are trying to catch it. So that's why we are passively waiting for some time to detect the changes. So here if I try to explain you step by step, so we are setting the component property favorite color to blue. The first step is, so the next time what we are trying to do here, so we are trying to detect the changes. This propagates the change from the component to the template. Okay, now what we are doing, we are using the tick to simulate the passage within the fake async, ensuring the view binding completes. So verify input value. So now finally we are verifying that input dot value now equals to the blue or not, confirming the model to view data flow. So these two tests verify that view to model changes to the input field update the component property, and changes to the component property reflects in the input field or not. So this is how we will be testing the template driven forms. So this is the way we will be doing it. So hope you understood about these two concepts. So what is that one? So one is view to model form, and also the model to view form. So if you try to see the test case also, everything got executed. So here you will be able to see template form components 2 got executed and reactive form component also 2 got executed. So this proves that template driven forms like this we will be testing it. So hope you understood about this testing concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the step-by-step guide to setting up a single reactive form control in the Angular standalone component. So now we have completed the overview of this reactive forms and template and forms. Now we will concentrate solely on the reactive forms. So first one, in order to start using the reactive forms, first of all, what we need to do, we need to import the reactive forms module from the Angular forms. In Angular 18, the standard alone components, we can import reactive forms module directly in the component where it is used instead of registering it globally. So now how we can create it is, so for example, let's say that I am trying to create a new component that is nothing but name editor. So let's try to create ngGC name editor. This is the component which I am trying to create it. So now here, so we will be editing the name. I will try to show you how we will be creating the reactive forms, and one by one we will try to learn the concepts in this reactive forms. So now here we have created our new component. So let's try to open this name editor component, name editor component. So here we will try to create this one, and also we will be having name editor component.html file also. This is our two files. So what we will try to do, we will import the reactive forms module into this one. So first of all, so let's import this reactive forms module, reactive forms module. And now here I will be creating a new variable that is nothing but name is equal to new form control like this, and the initial value is something like this. So that's it. So now if you try to see here the explanation, here we define a form control instance, name with an initial value, empty value as empty. The form control class lets us track and control the state of the input field. The form control class, where is this form control class? Lets us track and control the state of the input field, allowing for the data to capture and other validation and also other operations. So reactive forms module is imported and included in the imports array and for this standalone component, enabling the reactive form directives. So we have finished this one. So the step 2, what we need to do is we need to register the control in the template. Now let's bind this form control to an input element in the components template, enabling a direct link between the form control and also the input element. So fine. So let's try to go here. I will be having a label name. So you can have a name like this, and this one is for is equal to name. So we'll try to do one by one clearly. So here we will be using input type is equal to text, and here id is equal to name. I can have id is equal to name, and here the form control is form control is equal to, here we need to provide the name. That's it. So now we have provided the name. So here if you want to display the name means, so what you will try to do here, the paragraph, the value of this one is, so here you can use directly name dot value. That's it. So the form control directive binds the name control to the input element with the syntax form control is equal to name. The name dot value, which we have seen it here, uses the interpolation to display the current value of the form control, showing changes in the real time as the user types. So fine. So now we have completed this registering of the creating the instance of the form control, and also we are using this form control, right? Now we need to display the component. So how we can display the component? Let's go to the app.component.html, and here I will try to use app-name-editor. That's it. So when you try to provide the app-name-editor, now the component should be visible here. So here if you try to see, now the component should be visible. So allowing the users to enter their name in the input field. The input field value will update in real time due to the binding to the name form control. So now if I try to write here, so automatically the value will be updated. So the next step, the step 4 is nothing but what I want to tell you is the updating the value programmatically. So we have seen the displaying of this one and all those things, right? So step 4 is updating the control values programmatically. Reactive forms allow programmatic updates like setting the control value without user interaction. We can add a button to update the name field to a preferred value. So here let's go to the HTML file, and here what we can do it is, so let's say that let's have that update name. So we have a method something like update name. So what can you do here? So this dot name dot set value of, so we can change it to some other name like this. Okay, so now if you try to, now how we can update it means, then we need to add a button in the components template. Let's go here, we will add a button in the components template button, and here I will try to use the update name, and here I will be using the click event listener. Click is equal to update name. That's it. So now we have used the update name. Now when I click on this one, automatically the value will be updated. Here the set value method which we have used it, here the set value method allows you to replace the current value of the form control when the button is clicked. Update name is called setting the name to Nancy, updating the input field immediately. So these are the things. So this is how we will be updating the values reactive forms in the Angular 18. So in the summary, what I want to tell you is, so before closing of this one, reactive forms module, the first one, import it into the components to enable the reactive form directive. First of all, we need to do it this one. Form control. So create a form control in the component class to manage the input field state. So this one. And the next one is bind the form control. Connect the control with the input element here using the form control like this. And programmatic value update means use the set value method to update the controls value without the user input. So use the set value method. So this setup forms the basics of the reactive forms in the standalone components in the Angular 18, giving you a complete control over the form state and its interaction with the UI. So this is how we will be doing it. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the another two important concept, that is nothing but grouping the form controls. So just we have seen in our previous video about the form control concept, right? So let's try to see how we can group the form controls. Why we need to group the form controls first of all. So forms typically contains several related form typically contains several related controls. Reactive forms provide two ways of grouping multiple related controls into a single input form. So if you want to group the multiple related controls into a single input form means, then we need to group the form controls. So there are two ways what we can do it. One is the form group. So one is form group. So what is this use of this form group? We'll try to learn about this form group in this present video. So form group means defines a form with a fixed set of controls that you can manage together. So if you want to manage the different form controls into a single fixed thing means, then you need to use the form group. So we also have another one that is nothing but form array. So grouping of the form controls. So we can do it in a two ways, that is form group and also a form array. So what is this define? It defines a dynamic form where you can add and remove controls at the runtime. So that means what I want to say is, so here, so it defines a dynamic form array defines a dynamic form. So where you can add and remove the controls at runtime. So you can also nest the form arrays to create more complex forms. So we'll try to learn about this form array also. So first of all, we'll try to learn in this video so about this form group. So now just as the form control instance gives you control over a single input field, a form group instance also tracks the form state of a group of form control instance. For example, a form. Each control in a form group instance is tracked by name when creating the form group. So I will try to show you this one. So for this one, what we need to do it is, I will try to create a new component for this one. So let's try to create this form group. So for this one, what I will do, so let's go to our code, and here I will create a new thing that is nothing but profile editor. Let's try to create a profile editor. Then afterwards, we'll try to learn about this one. So now at the end, what I was trying to tell you is, so now we are having a single form controls, right? So normally in our while designing a form or something like that, so instead of having an individual form controls, we might want something like a grouping of a form controls into a form group. So grouping of the form controls, now generally we can do it in a two ways, that is nothing but form group and a form array. Not two ways, these are the two different methods, not two different methods also. In these two ways we can do it. So one form group is useful for in one scenario and form array is useful in another scenario. Form group means so fixed set of controls. You are having some fixed set of, so for example, let's say that you are having 5 or 6 set of controls, means that 5 controls, if you want to make it as a group, then you will be using this form group. For example, let's say that you don't know how many controls are there, so you are having a dynamic form controls, so you will be adding that and removing the controls at runtime, means then we need to use the form array. So first in this video we will learn about this form group. For this one we have created the profile editor component, so it has been created. What I will try to do here in this one, so now here profile editor component has been created. So now let's go here. So now we'll create a property in this one, profile editor component.ts. In this one I will create a component, so in this we'll create a property with the class name profile form. So profile form, and this and we'll set the property to a new form group instance. So form group instance means new form group. So new form group instance we need to add it. So now to initialize the form group, provided the constructor with the object of map to their control. So now for the profile form, so we need to add 2 form control instances with the name, first name and the last name. Okay, so let's try to add the first name. First name is equal to new form control. So this all comes under, so initialize value with this one, and we'll be having a last name, new form control, and this one is also empty. Now this should be imported in the reactive forms module. This should be reactive forms module. So let's try to have it. This one is not coming. Reactive forms module. That's it. So now we have created a form. So the individual form controls are now collected within a group. So these individual form controls are collected within a group. A form group instance provides the model value as an object reduced from the values of each control in the group. A form group instance has the same properties what the form control has, such as value, untouched, and also the methods such as set value, as just like a form control instance. So now we have created the form group. So now, and also this form group and the form control should be imported from the Angular forms. So now we will be defining, now we have defined a profile form property and initialize it with a new form group containing the first name and last name as the form control instances. So now let's go to the second one. So now what I need to do, associate the form group with the view template. So let's try to associate the form group with a view template. Now let's go the view. A form group tracks the status and changes for each of its controls. So if one of the control changes, the parent control also emits a new status or value change. The model for the group is maintained from its members. After you define the model, you must update the template to reflect the model in the view. So let's try to go here in our profile editor.component.html file. So here I will be having a form. Okay. So here I will be having one label. So we are having one label, and in this label, so I am having the first name. So here I will be using for is equal to first hyphen name, and here what I can do, so here I can do one div, and here input type is equal to text, id is equal to first name, and id is equal to first name. So here let's try to design the form first. So we will be having another one is the last name. So I will be having the last name, and here also I will be having the last name, and here also I will be having the last name. Okay, and the last I will be having is the div. So this is the button, type is equal to submit, and here I can have submit. That's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so we are not able to see the output. So let's go to the app.component.html, and here I need to show app-profile-editor. Okay, so in the component.ts also let's try to add it in the import. Now we are able to see the first name and also the last name. So now let's go to the profile editor component.html file. So here we have used it, right? So just as the form group contains a group of controls, the profile form group is bound to the form element with the form group directive. So here we need to use the form group is equal to profile form. Now we have used, so profile form is bound to the form element with the form group directive, creating a communication layer between the model and the form containing the inputs. Now the form control name input provided by the form control name directive. Now for each one we need to provide the form control name is equal to, so for this one you will be having the, so whatever the name we have created here, so first name and the last name we are having it, right? So those things should be bound to here. So here also you will be having the form control name is equal to last name. That's it. So now the form control name input provided by the form control name directive binds each individual input to the form control defined in the form group. So whatever the form control names defined in the form group, we will bind it to the each element. The form controls communicate with their respective elements. They also communicate changes. So whatever the changes it has been happened, it will also communicate to its parent form group instance, which provides the source of truth for the model value. That's it. So now the third one what we need to do is the saving of the form data. So now the profile editor component accepts input from the user, but in real-time scenario you want to capture the form value and make it available for further processing outside the component. Now the form group directive, whatever it is there, it will listen to the submit event emitted by the form element and emits an ng submit event that you can bind to a callback function. So that means here form group directive will listen to the submit event and in return it will emit the ng submit, it seems. So now, so you need to use the on submit callback function. So whatever the callback function you want, you need to implement it. So here I will be having this on submit. Okay. So now add an ng submit event listener to the form tag with the in submit callback method. We have it. The on submit method in the profile editor component captures the current value of the profile form. Use event emitter to keep the form encapsulated and provide the form values. So these are all things common. So now if you want to check the values of this one means, so how can you display? So here you can do console.log this dot profile form dot value. That's it. So now it will try to give you the entire thing. So if you try to refresh this page and if you want to get only values means, so here you will be able to get the, so here if you want to get the, so like this means, so here if you want to get the event listener means what you need to do, so that is nothing but the ng submit. Here you need to get the dollar event and you will be able to get the event here. So event emitter, event of event, okay, and here you can use the event dot prevent default. That's it. Now if you try to write it whatever the things you want, if you click on submit, so what is happening here? I'm not able to write it or not. So yes, okay, let's refresh this page. So I am submitting the event here. So fine. So I have restarted this my compiler. So now when you try to add the values, so here, so if you try to get it and if you click here, so here I am able to see the object. So just like the form control how you will be having, the form group instance also in the same way you will have it. So for example, if I try to add these all the things and if you click on this one, this is the form group instance. So you will be having the controls. So each control you will be able to have the first name, last name, and also the events. So untouched or not, these are all the things you will be having. So touched or not, you will be able to see. And here dirty or not. So these are all the things you will be able to see. And you will be able to see the value changes observable also. So this is the value which we are trying to do. And also for this one, and also we will be able to see, we also have another value that is nothing but you will be able to see a valid. So valid is true. So for this one we can also add a button in such a way that here the submit button should be enabled when it is valid only. So here it should be disabled when it is not valid. So here I can add something like disabled. So right now we haven't added any what I want to say, we haven't written any validations or anything. So all the times it will be valid only. So if you are having validations, then this button will not be enabled. So whenever you write the data, so you will be able to get the form group instance. So this is how we will be doing this approach. So this approach establishes a form using Angular reactive forms, a powerful way to create complex forms and manage their states in the Angular application. So that's it guys about this one. So hope you understood about this form group. In the next video we will try to learn about how to do the nested form groups. I will try to explain you. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, in this video we will try to learn how to create the nested form groups in the Angular 18. So I will try to show the same example. So to demonstrate the nested form group, we need to build a profile editor with the first name, last name, and also an address group containing the street, city, state, and zip. Let's try to design this one. So first of all, we have created the component, and we also have all the necessary form group and form control from the Angular forms, everything we are having. And in this one, so we are having a profile form with a new form group, first name, last name we are having it, right? So we need to have an address form. So I will be creating an address, and this one you will be having a new form group. Again, you can have a new form group in this one. So in this, we will be having street is equal to new form control of empty, and also you will be having another one is nothing but city new form control, so of empty, and the and another one is state new form control of empty, and the last one is zip new form control of empty. Okay, so this is the form group which we have created. Now let's try to go into the design thing. So that is nothing but the HTML part. So let's try to design this one. So here in this one, so how you will be maintaining this one is, so here we are having for example, if I try to explain here, we are having individual controls, first name and last name, and a nested form group with its own controls for street, city, state, and zip we are having it. So now let's try to configure the template. So to display and interact the form, we will add a form template that binds the input fields to each form control, including those in the nested form group also. Let's go here. So we already have it, and in this one, so you can have another div, and here you need to write the form group name is equal to address. So the whichever the form you have created, the same thing. So whichever the thing you are having in the same scenario, so you can have it, and for this one you will be having the street, okay, and the form control name is nothing but the street. So now there is no need to write address.street. Why? Because this all belongs to the single thing, there is nothing but the form group address one. So here I can write the street. So in the same scenario, so I can copy this entire thing, and I will try to do it street finished, and one is the city. So let's try to write the city. So I will copy this entire city and I will paste it here, and here also I will paste it, and here also I will paste it, and here we need to change it to street, okay, ID thing. So city is also finished, and another one is the state. So let's try to copy this state. So here you will be having the state, and I will copy this entire state wherever it is necessary, and the last one is the zip. That is the only thing, right, left out. Yeah, zip. So let's have the zip here. I will also have the zip here, and I will copy this zip, and also the zip. Okay, so finished. So now we can also have in such a way that, so on submit we are able to have it. If you want to write the button name here also, you can use the click also. That's not a problem. So now if you want to see the details of this one also, you can have something like form value, and here I can do the profile form dot value, and I can use the pipe JSON. So now here the JSON we have used it, right? So let's try to use it, or otherwise let's leave it this one on. So I will try to show you when we are learning the pipes and all those things. So fine. So now here we have it, right? Now here profile form is a form group and containing two individual. So these all the things we have finished it. So now the template uses the form group to bind the profile form and the form group name address to group the nested controls. So we are able to see this one. And the input element uses the form control name to link the field to its respective control. The button, the form triggers the on submit method to partially update the form values. So now here let's try to see the method. So now if you try to see this one, so now here so we will be updating the so we have used this one on enter thing, right? Now when I try to save these values, okay, and what is the state coming? Okay, so now if you try to see the inspect element, and if you see the console, and if I click on this one, so you will be able to see the form group, and in this form group you will be having a property that is nothing but the value property. You will be able to see the value property. In this one you will be able to see it. So let's try to go to here, dot value. Okay, so we will have a dot value, and here I will try to take this all the values, and if I click on this one, see, this is how you will be able to get it. The address has a specific thing, and state we are not able to get it. Why? For the street, city, okay, it's missed, I think. Yeah, I have missed it. Somehow I missed it. Why? How I have missed it? So let's try to get control.z. Okay. So zip. So here we'll copy it. I don't know how I have missed it. So we'll have the state also here, and here also you'll have the state, and here also you'll have the state and the state. That's it. So fine. Street, city, state, zip. Okay. And here I'm writing the entire thing. You will be able to see this city also. I will try to remove it. And okay, this entire form will go away. Why? Because the thing has been refreshed. So here you will be able to see the address, state, and whatever the things you have written, everything we will be able to see. So now we will be having two types of methods in the update profile. For example, let's say that I have removed this one. So if you want to update some part of the data, okay, if you want to update the some part of the data, then what we need to use is we need to use the patch value. The patch value, what it will try to do is updates only the properties specified in the call, leaving others being untouched. So this is useful when updating the parts of a nested structure. So for example, let's say that I am having in such a way that button, you will be having button type is equal to button. Okay, so this one is a button only. So this is not a form, let's assume. And when I am trying to click here, so when I am trying to click in this one, so update profile, I will use update profile. So I want to update upon clicking on this button. So here update profile, when I try to click on update profile, if you try to see here, okay, so if I try to see here, update profile. So now update profile, let's try to refresh this page. Yeah, so now when the user clicks on this update profile, so I want to if you try to check console.log, this dot profile form dot value, if it is there means, then you will be able to see submit. So you will be able to see that nothing has been there, right? So now if I want to update the values for this one, so how can I update these values? So it's only some part of the values I need to update it. So here I can use such a way that patch value, I can use the patch value. So I am updating only some part of the things. Now if I try to click on the button here, see, only some part has been updated. So this is how we will be doing. So that means only the remaining all will be untouched. So here we update the first name field to the Nancy and street in the address, form group to 1, 2, 3, something like this. Other controls like city, state and zip remains unchanged. And another one, in contrast to the patch value, we also have another method, that is set value. It requires providing values for every control in the form. It's stricter and will throw error if any of the controls are omitted, making it useful for the validation. So now if you want to update all the values means, then we need to use the method set value instead of using the what I want to say is patch value. So here if I try to click on submit, see, all the values got updated. So this is how we will be using the set value and also the patch value. So you need to understand these two things. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see step-by-step guide for using the form builder service to create the form controls in Angular 18. So I will try to use the same example profile editor component, and I will try to show you how to use the form builder to generate the controls and validations and display the form status also. So first of all, so you need to create the profile editor component, and we need to configure it in a standalone component. So this allows us to inject dependencies and manage our form setup. So fine. So now here we have imported our Reactive Forms module. So that is fine. So here what we need to do it is, the first step what we need to do it is, so here we need to inject the form builder service using the Angular's injection function. So here I will be injecting the private or anything, any variable, whichever you want, you can use it. Form builder is equal to inject of form builder service. So there should be something like form builder, that's it. So we have injected the form builder service. Now step 2 what we need to do it is the use the form builder to create the form structure. So here how you need to do it is, so here you should not create something like this. So here we need to do this dot form builder dot group. So we are creating a group, right? We need to use the group here. And in this one, so first name, so it should be something like an array. Okay, so array, the first one will be first one will be like this, and the second one we will be using the validators. So here I will be writing the validators also. So for writing the validations, I will try to use the validators method and dot required. So we will be using the dot required. So I will try to show you about these validators, custom validators and all those things in our upcoming videos. First let's try to understand. And the last name which I want to try to explain you is, so here I can add it like this. And here, so again we are having a form group, right? So again you can use this dot form builder dot group. You can also use it something like this. And here also, so what you need to do, so this is also an empty of array. So in the same scenario, you can use it for every city and everyone. You can use it like this. So this is how you will be creating the form builder group. So now we have created the form group using the form builder. So now the step 2 is using the form builder to generate the controls. So here the form builder service simplifies the form control creation using 3 main methods. First one is the control, creates individual control. Next one is the group. Okay. So creates a form builder dot control. So individual control you can create it in our previous things which we have did. And now we have used the group, and this one creates creates a form group, a set of controls treated as one group, and also array also will be there. So which we will try to learn about that form array also. Creates a form array, a set of controls in an array format. So here in this example we are trying to use the group to create both the main form and also nested address group also. Each control, first name, last name, what I want to release, the street, etc. These all the things can be initialized with an array. The first the first item in this array is the default value, and then the second one is the validator. So fine. So now here in this one, the first name, if you try to see, the first name is required and the last name has no validators, and the nested group for this is the nested group for the address. So now we need to display this one. So this way display this one means, so the same thing. So how you have used the form and all those things, in the same scenario you will be using form group, profile form. So this is all one and the same only. So there is no change in this one. So directly you can use it. So now if you try to check the output for this one, so let's try to refresh. So we have used this update value and update profile and all those things, right? So if you click on submit, see you are able to get the same output. And if you try to click on the ng submit, so let's try to ng submit, and here if you try to see, get the on submit, okay, on submit, and here I will use the update values. So we will use update values, and here this one is an submit button. So I will use the submit button so that the form will be submitted, and here I will pass the dollar event so that you can able to get it. Now if you try to see the output, so here I am updating the values, so all the values will be updated. And now if you want to check the values that we are able to get it or not, means, so what you can do it is, you can click on the submit. See here the first name and everything, whatever the values it is there, we are able to get it. But this time what we have did it, so we have achieved this entire thing through the form builder. So this is how we will be using the form builder in the Angular 18. So now adding the validation. So adding validation to controls involves using validators class. For this example, the first name control is required. So here the first name control is required, right? So now for example, let's say that here we are using the submit button. So if you want to have something like this, means, so you can also disable this form. So disable is equal to not of profile form dot valid. If it is not valid, means then it will be disabled. If you try to see the output for this one, sorry, I have used it for this update value. Sorry, I need to use it for the submit. So now here this one is disabled. Okay, if you try to see, this one is disabled. So now here, which one is disabled? So we don't know, right? So I am writing all these things. These are all, this still it is showing disabled. If I try to write it here, then the button is coming back. So I want to show something like a message for this one. So how can I show that message? So here in the HTML template, you can display an error message if the first name is invalid. Example, if it is empty. So for this one, what you can do it is, so here you can create a div value, okay, and here you can write something like first name is required. So how can I use this one? So directly it is showing first name is required. So now here, so you can use the ngif, or otherwise you can use the direct @if also, @if, and here you can say that profile form dot. So we need to get the form value. So which form value? First name. So first name means nothing but form control name, first name dot invalid. If it is invalid, then I need to show it. Okay, so I can write it something like this. So now if you try to see here, the first time, so it is invalid. So if I try to rewrite it, so it is going away. But for the first time also, it is trying to show it. So I want to write in such a way that, so when the user tries to go without writing into the second one means, then I need to show it. So then what I can do here, ampersand profile form dot get of first name dot touched, if it is touched. Okay, so now if it is touched, that's it, right? So here you can have question mark like this. Yeah. So now if you try to see here, first time it is not showing. So when I touched this one, so this one will become as a touched. So if I go to the second one, see, it is showing first name is required. If I try to enter something, it will go away. So like this, you can display the validations in the Angular 18. So this is how. So profile form dot get of first name invalid, and also if it is touched means, then only we will be showing the first name is required. So now what I can do here also, in the submit also, what I can do it is, so the user somehow, so the people want to submit means, here you can write in such a way that if this dot profile form dot valid, if it is valid means, then only we will be showing the values. So this is also condition which you can write it. So now here the complete thing, if you try to see it here, so for example, let's say that else, you can write it in such a way that console.log form is not valid. So this is the thing I am writing it. Now you go to the console. Somehow I am trying to remove this disable thing. Okay, so some people has tried it like this. Now if I try to submit the form, it will tell that form is not valid. Why? Because so the first name is required, right? So that's why it went into the else part. So now if you try to add all the values, so like this, or otherwise update values, and if I click on the submit, see, now you are able to get the things. So this is how we will be displaying the values, these all the things. So hope you understood about this form builder and also the validations of this one. So with all this code combined, so this example what we had it, we have set up the form using a form builder, and we have added the validations to the form first name control, and we have displayed the form status and error message also, and we have submitted the form only if it is valid. So this thing. So now expected behavior what we got it. So the first name field must be filled. For the form to be valid, the submit button is disabled until the first name is filled. Upon successful submission, the form data is logged into the console. This approach makes us efficiently handle the form creation and validation using the Angular reactive forms with the form builder, making the code base cleaner and easier to manage for the complex form. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, in this short we will try hi guys, this is Leela. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video we will try to learn about the detailed explanation how to use the form array in Angular 18 components to manage a dynamic form. So how we will manage a dynamic form, let's try to understand this one. So now I will try to go through this example only, a profile editor, so that allows us user to add multiple aliases. I will try to show you. So now for example, let's say that in our profile form, so we need to define the form array control. So how we can define it? So let's say that here we are having the zip, right? So this zip is also completed. So this is the form group. Inside down this form group, I will be having an aliases. Let's assume aliases, and this one will be a this dot form builder dot group. Form builder dot array. We need to use the array, and in this one, so you need to have an array. So you can have an empty array, or otherwise, so by default you can add one control. That's it. So now we have created the control. So here we have initialized this one. Okay, I have initialized this one with one control. So now here we are able to get this error because we are not able to set the value. So what I will do it is, I will comment out this one for the time being. Yeah, fine. So now here we have set the value, right? So now what I need to do, so let's say, right, if you want to access the form array control means, so you can have a simple getter method or something like that. So here you can write get aliases, and this returns the form array, and here you will be able to have return this dot profile form dot get of form aliases as form array. That's it. So this is the get aliases. And if you want to add an alias, I will try to show you that one also. So add alias. So we need to add the dynamic form control, right? So here this dot aliases dot push of this dot form builder dot control of empty. That's it. So now this is our array, right? In this array we are trying to push it. So here aliases we are able to get a profile as form array, and I am pushing it. And if you want to get the form value means, so you know that form value, so you can have a getter function, get form value, you can have it something like this, and here return this dot profile form dot value. All the time, if you want, instead of writing like this, we can use the form value. So now that's it. So now we have created get alias and all those things. So now let's go ahead and create the template. So for creating the template, what we need to do, so here let's go into our HTML file, and in this HTML file below the zip code, so what I want to do, I want to display the form array. So for this one, what I need to do is I need to have a div, and for this one you need to have form array name. Form array name is equal to, so what is the name I want to display? So aliases, and in this aliases, so you can have something like h2 aliases. Okay, I can show like this aliases. So now here, so we need to add the thing. So first of all, I will add a button. Okay, so here you will be having a button. Sorry, I will be having a button, and here I can use add alias. Okay, and for this add alias, so here you can use plus, and for this one at the click event you can use something like click is equal to add alias, and this one is inside the form, so you can create type is equal to button. Why? Because if you don't mention, this one will become a by default submit button. Fine. So now here, so now I need to show the remaining aliases, right? So here I can loop over the for loop. So at the rate for loop, sorry, at the rate, we will try to use, you can use ng for loop also, not a problem. At the rate for loop, item of items, so there is nothing but alias of aliases. So we have the variable, right, aliases dot controls. So we'll be having one method that is nothing but property controls dot controls. So we'll be having, and also if you want to have the index and all those things, means we need to maintain the index. So you can maintain the index, that is nothing but what I can do it is, so here I can use something like let index is equal to dollar index. Okay, we can have it like this, or otherwise I also you can maintain it, not a problem. So now let's go into our code. So what code we need to do, so here you can have something like inside this one, so I want to show the label first, or otherwise div, and here you will be having the label, and in this label, so what I want to do, I want to show the alias hyphen and here I can show the index. So that is nothing but the 0 1 something like that, you will be able to get it. And here what I can do, another one is the index. So here input, and that one will be something like we can have another div. Let's go top. Yeah, so input type is equal to text, and here you can have an id is equal to alias hyphen and you can use it something like this also, not a problem. And this one will be index, and here you can have the form control name. So the form control name is form. Why? Because we are using the form control name, form control name is equal to index. That's it. So now we are using the alias. So here you will be able to see one input value, alias hyphen 0 something like that, you will be able to see it. So now when I try to click on the button, so let's try to click on the button. So you'll be able to see alias 1. So you are able to add dynamically the alias values. So now if you want to check the value for this one means, so we can check it directly by clicking on the submit button. I will try to show you at the bottom. So div, here I can show the form value. So form h3, I can have something like h3 form value, and here I can show the pre value. Let's go JSON. So this is a JSON pipe. I will try to explain you about this JSON pipe in our later when we are learning the pipes thing. So just we need to import the JSON pipe, that's it. So now if you try to see the output, let's try to see the output for this one. So let's refresh this page. So now here so we have added this all the form array name and all those things. So that's it. So let's try to see why this one is taking so much time to load. I don't know. So this will happen to our system sometimes. I don't know why it will take some time. So I'm restarting my server again. So now here, so I have restarted my server. Now it is working fine. So the first name and all those things we are able to see it, right? Now if you try to if you try to update the alias, so here you'll be able to see it. And if I click on the add alias, so you will be able to have another one, and this is the value. So like this you can able to update the alias values. So here we are able to get the alias thing. And here if you try to update the values, so here, oh sorry, we have removed this out updated values, right? So fine. So now we are able to update these all the things, we are able to update it. So now you will be able to see all the values that got updated in this form. So this is how we will be updating the form value. So now I will try to explain you. So first one is we need to import the form array from the Angular form. So first one is we need to import the form array from the Angular forms. So for type information. So next one is the form array is defined as a part of the profile form, initialized with one control to hold the first alias. You can easily add more controls dynamically. The next one is the getter alias allows easy access to the form array from the template without needing to repeat the get method. So just I have used it. Adding in alias. So add alias also I have used it. So here we will be pushing one by one into the form array. And the last one is the displaying thing. The form array, we have used the form control name and we have used the for loop thing in order to show you the details and all those things. So that's it. So this is the form array, using of the form array in the Angular reactive forms. So using form array, it is a powerful way to manage the dynamic forms in the Angular 18. It allows you to add and remove the controls without needing to define each control with a unique name. The above example which we have shown you provides a clear step-by-step guide on setting up and using a form array within a standalone component, complete with a practical use case I have explained you. So hope you understood about this form array concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the strictly typed forms in the Angular. So in the ever-evolving world of Angular, the introduction of the strictly typed forms marks a significant milestone, enhancing both the developer experience and an application robustness. If you ever felt the friction of managing form controls and their values, or if you have ever encountered the runtime errors due to the mismatched types or something like that means, so then this video is the correct for you. So let's try to learn about this one. what strictly typed forms are and why we need to integrate this one in your Angular applications. Let's try to see it. So what is a strictly typed form? So let's try to understand about this one. So here I will try to show you. Let's open this one in the HTML. I will write it here only at the bottom. So here, yeah, strictly typed forms in Angular ensures that the types of your form controls are known at the compile time. So the type, whatever the type, the data type of this form controls, so it will make you allow to know at the compile time only. This means that instead of relying of any or unknown types, Angular can infer and enforce the exact type of data that each form control holds. So with this TypeScript's powerful type checking capabilities come into play, providing you with instant feedback during development and reducing the likelihood of errors. So this is what I want to tell you about the strictly typed forms. What I want to say is the strictly typed forms in the Angular. So let's say that I will try to create a component. Okay, I am creating just a simple user login component, and in this user login component I will try to show you about the strictly typed form and also the not strictly typed form, untyped form also. So both the things are supported in Angular 14 onwards. I think the strictly typed forms has been introduced. I will try to show you the difference between those two. So let's try to create the component, and here in our app.component.html, so I will try to use that one. So here I will remove this entire thing, and I will use app-user-login. So just I will try to have a login. So I have implemented here. So I think maybe it will take some time. So here the user login has been created. So here I have created the user login. Let's try to have it again. App-user login. Okay. So fine. So in the app component.ts file also I am importing. So everything is fine. Now here you will to see. Let's go on to the user login. User login.component.ts file. So normally when you try to implement this form builder, so if you are having a form builder, or you can short form also, some people will try to utilize it like this. FB form builder is equal to inject of form builder. Okay, and I need to have a user login form is equal to this dot fb dot group, and in this one you will be having the name which is of type empty. Okay, and you will be having the age which is of type null. Okay, and you will be having the email, let's say show, so which is of type empty. So this is the just a simple login form. So now if you go over here login form, you will be able to see the types of this one. So the form control of string or null, the form control of null, the age string or null, you will be able to see it. So if you want to mention this one, you can have an interface. Okay, so you can have an interface for this one. So you can mention in such a way that you can do it. So interface user name of type string, that too also form control of string, and also here you will be having age, form control of number. Okay, and you can have an email, form control of string. So these are the things. So now here you can mention it directly, the type whichever you are trying to think. User, that's it. Now you are able to get an error, that is string is missing. Okay, here it is thinking something like this one. So you need to mention it as new form control of. So you can mention it something like this. So you can leave it new form control, and also here also you can mention it as an new form control. If you want any default value means you can mention it. So that's it. So now this one is correct. So now here you will be able to see the form group of users. So it contains string, number or a string. So if you want to mention default values also, you can mention it. Okay, so here if you want to mention it also, you can mention, not a problem. So but by default there is no need to mention. Fine, right? So here, so you will be having it like this. So now or otherwise, So there is no need to mention also. So there is no need to mention this one also, interface of user, something like this also. There is no need to mention. Automatically this one will be appended. Okay. So here, so if you mention the types of this one, so empty, and here you need to mention the number or null, right? So null. Okay. And here you need to mention empty. So if you want any other thing, something like that means, then you need to mention the what I want to tell, then you need to mention the type of user, something like this. That's it. Okay, so now you have mentioned the type of form. So let's try to implement this user login implementation also in the HTML file. So here I'll be having a form. Okay, it's a form group. Form group is equal to user login form, and in this form I will be having a div, and I'll be having a label. So name and also the name, and here I will be having an input, type is equal to text, and also id is equal to name, and here I can use form control name as name. That's it. So now here in the same scenario, so I can copy here and I can paste it, and here you can have an email. The same thing I can copy this one and I can paste it here, I can paste it here, and I can paste it here. In the same thing I can have another one, that is nothing but age, and I can paste it here, and I can paste it here, and I can paste it here, sorry, and I can paste it here. So now we are able to get it. So now if you want to import means, we need to import the reactive forms module. So fine. So now this is the form which we are able to see. So now if you try to submit the form, so here you will be able to see div button submit. Okay, and you can have another one, that is nothing but update values. So now here I will try to show you. So here I will click, when you click here, update value. So this is the method which we will be having, update values, and here this one will be a type is equal to button. So this is thing, and here on submit. So on submit, ng submit is equal to on submit. We will be having this ng on submit also. So now this is the strictly typed form. So how can we able to know what is the use of this strictly typed form is? So now we have built this one, right? So how you will use this strictly typed form? So now we have mentioned this one, all right. So now what I will try to show you is, so accessing the form value. So now here we are having on submit. This is the method on submit, and you will get event of type event. Okay, and here also we need to send the $event so that the form will not be submitted by default. And we also have another one, update values. Okay, so now if I want to update means, this dot user login form dot set value. I will try to use the set value. I will use the set value. Now if you want to update the value means, so you know that name, it is of type string. So here you can update the value, whatever the value you want. And here if you want to update the age, so if you want to update the age means, then it will throw an error for you. So here red mark you are getting. Why? Because so you cannot assignable string to a number. Why? Because so here it is a strictly typed form. So we have mentioned here in the user that it is of type number. Okay. So now here we are able to get an error. So that means you need to mention must and should the number. And the another one is email. Email means, so then you need to mention the string. So like this you need to mention it. So now here if you try to update it, automatically the values will be updated. And if I try to click on the submit, so here you will be able to get the prevent default. Okay, and here console.log this dot profile form, user login form dot values dot value. If you try to get these values, and if you click here, see here you will be able to get a number, something like a number thing. So when you programmatically update, you will get a number thing. But when you are trying to update it here, so depending on the type what you are trying to mention. So here if you try to mention input type is equal number means, then so whatever the value you are trying to mention it here, so you will be able to get the number here. Okay, so the strictly typed thing which you are trying to mention it, so we are able to get these values. Now what is the use of this strictly typed means accessing the form value. So for example, if you want to get the form value, particular form value means, so here you can able to get it very easily. Okay, so here how if you want to get a particular email value means, so how you can get it, so here, so user form, login form, okay, dot controls, so controls you can get it dot, so you can get able to get this type of things, email dot value. So here like this directly you can use it. So now if you want to get a particular email value means, then you can get the email value. If you click on submit, see here I am able to get a particular email value. And also you can use another way also which you are able to see, get off. So here you will be able to get the get off email dot value. So like this also you can do it. So anything, so whichever the things you want, you can do it. So here if I try to click on submit, then also you will be able to get the value. So here anything you want, you can get it. So here we are able to get the type thing. So here when with strictly typed forms, accessing the values of your form controls become more initiative and type safe. So now here you will be able to get in a such a way that, for example, you are trying to store it in a variable, constant age is equal to, and here if I want to get the age means, then this age will be of type number only. If you try to see here, it is of type number. So here you will be able to see age is declared, but its value is not ever declared. So here a constant age is number or undefined. So now here if I try to use it, so now if you try to click on submit means, so here I am not consoling it. So here the age will be of type number or undefined. So like this you will be able to see it. So now not only this one of the most powerful accept which I want to tell you is the value changes. When you automatically infer the type of value changes, this means you can confidently subscribe to the form control changes without worrying about the incorrect types. So for example, let's say that if you want to have this one means, so here ng on init I can use it, and here this dot user login form dot controls, what is that, controls dot age dot value changes dot subscribe, okay, of data. So now here what is the value you will be getting, you will be able to get the console.log data. Now here you will be able to see the type of data which you are getting is a number. We are able to understand it very quickly. So here whatever the value I am trying to write it here, so we are able to get a number only directly. So this is the thing which you can able to understand that thing. The benefits of the strictly typed forms is compile time safety. Errors are caught during development only, not in the production. Improved code readability. Types act as documentation, making our code easier to understand. Enhanced IDE support. With clear types, your IDE can provide better auto completion and refactoring tools. Reduced bugs, so we can reduce some of the bugs. So previously which you will be having is that is nothing but an untyped form. So if you want to have an untyped form means, so here you can have new untyped form group. Okay, so this is the thing which you can use it. Previously we used to have, before Angular 14 we used to have this one. So if you want to use it means, you can use this untyped. Then here you are getting an error. See, so now here if you try to see the age of this one, so here you will be getting any of type any. So now you are able to get it any. So now here we are not able to know the age. So here you need to add something like this, then only you will be able to get the output. So now if you try to click on the update values, we are able to get the update values. And if I click the update means, so here whenever I try to change the value, so here you will be able to get it, but the IntelliSense will not be there. So if you want to use the untyped form group means, then you need to use the untyped form group, and also here also untyped form control, maybe, yeah, untyped form control. So like this you will be able to get it, so it's not a problem. So now if you mention like this also, and same thing you can mention it like this, and you can mention it like this, and here you can mention the 0, and you can here mention it as C. Now if you try to see here, so you will be able to see any or something like that. Okay, so now here, so this is the thing how you will be using when you want to use it prior to Angular 14 untyped thing. So from Angular 14 onwards, by default if you mention the form group and all those things, so those are by default typed forms only, so that you can get a better readability and also better IDE support also you'll be able to get it. So that's it guys about the strictly typed reactive forms. So there are some more concepts also which I want to discuss you. So I will discuss in the next videos. Hope you understood about this typed forms. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to cover about the nullable and non-nullable controls, handling explicit types, and also using the reset method to manage the control values. Let's try to learn about this one. So for this one, what I will try to do it is, I will try to create a simple component. So the same component I am trying to use it, user login component. And in this one, we will be using the form control to manage a form field for an email input. So instead of having these all the things, I will try to remove it. So we are not using this one, right? So here I will be having the form control, the simple form control. So that is nothing but, I will try to show you, that is nothing but new form control of email. So for this email, I will try to do something like angular@gmail.com. So this is our simple thing. So I will remove this entire code, and here what I will try to do it is, so here I will remove this entire thing, okay, and also I will have a simple form also I will remove it. So just we are learning about this reset thing only. So here you will be having the email, and also this one also email, and here also form control name is equal to email, and this one it should not be form control name, it should be form control. And that one also it should be something like email, right? So we are having email. Let's try to have an email control if you want. So I will try to maintain this one as email control. Now what I will try to do here, the form control should be email control, the variable name. So the form control control should be email control. That's it. So this is our simple form, so which it is having. And if you want to display the current value, means how you will display it. So paragraph, the current value means the value of this email, current value is equal to, and here you can have it something like email control dot value. That's it. Oh sorry, not valid, value. So you can able to show this one. And if you want to have a reset button, means you can have a reset button, so where we can show the reset email. So now I want to reset the email, means so here I can use a reset email in such a way that, so if you want to reset it, means so you can have it this dot email control dot reset. That's it. So it will automatically reset the code. So if you try to see here, reset means it will go back. So this is the thing. So here what I have did, so here email control is a form control initialized with a value of angular@gmail.com. So the template includes input field bound to the email control, displaying the current control value and a reset button. So here we are having a reset button and also an input button. And we are implementing the reset functionality. When the reset button is clicked, so reset email the method will be called, and you will see, and it resets the value to the null. So that is the main thing. That's it. So now, so here it will be reset to the null value. So if you try to check the console.log, this dot email control dot value. So I will try to do it. Let's try to see the output for this one. So if I try to click on the reset, so here you are able to see the null value. So that means it has been reset to the null. So now we will try to understand the nullable form controls with reset behavior. So in the example, what we have seen it right now, the controls value become null when the reset is called. When the reset method is called, the control value becomes null. This is because by default Angular considers null is a possible value, meaning you need to handle it in your code. So now initially the value for this one is, normally the value for this one is, so if you try to check it, the value for this, if you try to copy this entire thing and paste it here, initially the value for this one is, if I try to click on this one, initially it will be angular@gmail.com. So after clicking on that one, after reset it becomes null. Since form control can be reset to null, TypeScript treats email control.value as a string or a null. So this one will be either email control will be either a string or a null, okay, enforcing the null handling. So by calling reset method, email control.value becomes null as expected with the nullable control. So how to making the control non-nullable with a non-nullable option. So if you want to make this one is a non-nullable means, so to avoid null when resetting, you can set the non-nullable option to true. This ensures that the control retains its initial value on reset instead of null. So that means how we can do this one? So we can do this one with a second option, that is nothing but here object non-nullable to true. So you are trying to make it as a non-nullable to true. Now this one email control will be of type string, compulsory it is of type string. When you try to reset this value, so now what I was trying to do, so if you try to reset this value, it will be always will be this one only. So for example, if I try to change some other value here, okay, I have set it to some other value. Now if I want to reset this one, means automatically this will go back to the initial value. So here setting non-nullable to true ensures that when the reset is called, email control.value reverts to its initial value instead of null. After calling reset, email.control will be always the angular@gmail.com as the control retains its original value. So that is one thing which I want to tell you. So specifying an explicit type. If you want the initial value, if you want the initial control value to be null, you can specify the type explicitly as a string or null. This approach is helpful when you want to restart with an empty value and add a non-nullable value later. So that means explicitly, so at the starting it should be nullable, and afterwards you want to apply to non-nullable means, so then what you need to do it is, so here you can mention it as an so here you can mention it as an, it should be something like you can mention it as a null. Here directly you can mention it as a null, okay, and here if you want to mention, you can mention it as a string or null, so whatever it may be. And now when you are trying to set the email, so you need to set the email. So here you can use something like set email. So you can have a set email, and in this one you will try to set this dot email control dot set value of angular@gmail.com. So now if you want to use it means, so you here you can use it button set email, okay, and here also set email. Now at the starting time it will be empty, and when you try to set the email, so then it will be set to the S1. Explicit specifying control form control stringer allows the control to accept null initially, but later takes an string value. Setting the set email method set to a non-nullable string value angular to the control which TypeScript due to the specified type. So now, so this is the thing which I want to explain you, non-nullable concept. So here the summary of this one is default behavior. Without mentioning non-nullable to true, calling reset sets email control.value to be null. So using non-nullable true means prevents the control value from becoming null, reverting it to the initial value upon reset. Explicit type specification means define the control type explicitly, example form control string or null, allows initializing with null while still accept a string later on. So this approach demonstrates control over nullable and non-nullable values in Angular reactive forms, improving the type safety and also ensuring consistency behavior when resetting or modifying controls. So this is what about the nullable and non-nullable forms in the reactive forms. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the form group and the form record, about the partial values and how to control the dynamic optional controls and dynamic groups, form record and all those things. Let's try to learn it. So now let's go to the example. So here I have I have set up the basic form group. So here I have defined a basic login form with a form group having email and a password. So here you will be able to see it. And in this login password login.component, so I am having an input with email and also the password, input type is equal to password. And here I am showing the login form.value with the JSON format. So whatever the value you are trying to write it here, you will be able to see the password and all those things here. So fine. So we create a form group called the, let's try to remove these two. We create a form group called the login form with two controls, email and password. And also we have made it to non-nullable to true, ensures that each control does not allow null values, simplifying the handling of the values in the TypeScript. So fine. So now when the controls are disabled, Angular form values change, making them partial. So now here if you try to see this one is form group of email and the password, right? So when the controls are disabled, some controls if you try to disable this, So then the form value, the Angular forms value makes them partial. This means that disabled controls don't appear in the form group. So in this form group, when you are trying to access this login form, so disabled controls will not appear, which changes the type to partial of email and all those things. So I will try to show you this one. So let's disable the password control and observe the impact on the login form dot value. So here what I was trying to do it is, so here in this login form dot html file, so here I will do in such a way that, so we are having the form, right? So outside the form I will have a button, okay? So button, and in this button I will do the toggle password. So just I want to disable the button thing. So here I can use the click event toggle password. So fine. So now let's try to use this method in this one. So here I will use the toggle password. So whenever I want to use the toggle password, so what I was trying to do it is, so here I would have a variable in such a way that is password disabled. So I have a is password disabled. At the first time it will be true. Okay. So now you will be able to see, so is password. So here I will try to do in such a way that disabled is equal to is password disabled. So I will use this password. So here the what I would be trying to do, so here password is disabled, right? Is password disabled, we are able to see it, and here, so now here we are able to see disabled is equal to password disabled. So fine. So now I would try to I would want to see this one. So now here I have added something like is password disabled is equal to not of is password disabled. Okay, and here if I am trying to use it, this if it is disabled means, if it is true means, then I am trying to make it as in disable. If it is not disabled means, then I am trying to enable this flag again. So now fine, let's go to here, and we have used the disabled is equal to is password disabled. So fine. So now if you try to see the output, so if I try to toggle the password, see this one is password is toggled, but here the form group, the login form dot value, so it has removed the password thing, disabled values has been removed. So if you want to get return all the control values including the disabled one means, so giving access to the entire form data means, then what you need to do it is, so here you need to use the not dot value, you need to use the get raw value. So form value including disabled, if you want to get it means, then you need to get raw value. This is the method which you need to use it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so here you will be able to see it. So if I try to toggle here, so still the password will be available. If I try to refresh, if I added something value and if I toggle it, so it will go away, but the disabled value will be there. So this is how whenever you are trying to use the disabled value, if you want to get the disabled values means, then get raw value, you need to use the get raw value, so that all the control values including disabled giving access to the entire form data. So this is one thing. And the second one which I want to tell is optional controls and the dynamic groups. Form group also allows optional controls which can be added or removed at any runtime. For example, let's say that create an optional remember me field in the login form. Let's say that I want to create a here like this. So here I want to create a remember me. So I have created a remember me, and here we need to add the remember me, right? So I am trying to remove this all the things. I will remove this. Okay, let's try to keep it like that only. So ngif remember me we are having. So I will try to add the remember me thing. Here I will add the remember me. So fine. So now if you try to see here, we have a remember me. So we are having this ngif. Okay, we need to include the common module. So let's try to include the common module for this one. Yeah, fine. So I have included the common module. So now we are having, so fine. So here we have used this remember me, right? So what I will try to do it is, I will use a button that is nothing but remember me button. So toggle the remember me, I will try to use it. So here the toggle remember me, and I will create the same thing toggle remember me. So in this method what I will try to do it is, so I will try to remove the control and add the control directly. So if this dot login form dot what I want to say is controls sorry not contains controls dot remember me is there means, then I want to disable, I want to remove this one. So this dot login form dot remove control of remember me. So that means automatically it will be removed. Else, so here what it is having, so login form dot remove control of remember me. So otherwise I will try to add the control. So here I will try to add the control, that's it. So remove control of remember me. So now here, so we are able to get these all the things. Okay, so this login form is directly, it is dependent on this form group and all the things. Okay, so for this one what we need to do is we need to define the login form interface. Yeah, so login form interface, if you define it, so now we are able to get this one. So now when I try to toggle the remember me control, if you try to see here, including the everything got removed. So disable means automatically it got removed. So so now here also I have added in such a way that ng if I have added it. So now included that one, so entire thing has been removed. So if I want to toggle it again, so we are able to get this data. So like this you will be able to add the optional for the dynamic groups also you can create. In the dynamic groups also optional controls also you can maintain it. So like this, so toggling and all those things you can do it. So this is how we will be implementing the optional remember me field in the login form. So the next one what I want to explain you is the form record. So for example, let's say that you don't know about the keys. So you are having a multiple keys, so like here email, password and remember me. So these keys are, you know, but you don't know about the keys. So keys are unknown at the compile time. Then what we need to use is the form record. So form record is the ultimate one, ideal one, which we need to use whenever you don't know about the keys. That is nothing but the form control keys. So you can add the controls with the dynamic keys. For example, let's say that I will try to remove this one all entire thing. Okay, let's say that you don't have a key, right? So let's see, let's say that you don't have the key. So here also I will try to remove this entire code. So just I want to show you one thing, that is nothing but let's say you have an addresses. So user will try to add these all addresses. So for this one what you will try to do is you need to use the form record, and form record, it will be, form record will have a form control, okay, which is of type string or null. Okay, and you will be having an empty object at the starting. So this is our form control. Let's say show. So this is our addresses. Okay, let's go to the HTML file, and what I would be trying to do it is, so here I will be having one div, and here I will loop over ng for what I will try to do. So name of address keys. So I want to get the address keys. So address keys, so this one is a method. So what I will try to do it is, so here I will be having address keys method, and this address keys method, what it will try to do is it will try to get the all the address keys. So that is nothing but return object dot keys. So whichever you want, you object dot keys of this dot addresses dot controls. So we don't know the names of these all the things, right? So I am trying to get the addresses. So address keys we got it. So now what I want to do it is, so I want to have the name of addresses. So I will try to have a label. Okay, so here all I would be having, I would be trying to have a label, and also I would try to use addresses dot controls of name. So this is how you are maintaining the dynamic thing. And whenever you want to add an address, so you can able to add an address. So here I will be adding a button. So whenever you want to add an address, you can add an address. So that means a new in form control you will be adding it. So how we can add this one, let's try to show. So here, sorry, add address. So I will try to add an address. So dynamic form control I am trying to add it. So one by one the form control I will try to add it. So here now when we are trying to add an address, so I will try to ask the name. So you will let's try to take the prompt. So a simple thing, enter name for the new address. Okay, so now when you got the name, then what I would be trying to do, so this dot addresses, sorry, this dot addresses dot control, sorry, add control. So you will be trying to add the control, and here the name will be the key, and also here the second one will be the new form control of, by default I will keep it as a null. That's it. So here I am dynamically adding this one using the form record. So now if you try to see here, add address. So if I try to click on add address, automatically it will ask you for the name. So here I will try to give city. If I click on OK, so a city key will be added here. and if I click here again, state. So you will be able to get these all the things, city, state, like this. You will be able to get the addresses, cities also. So like this, you will be able to add all those things. So here we are using the form record. Just simply, so in order to add dynamically add the form controls. So in order to add the dynamically add the form controls, so with their names. So right now you don't know the names, right? So this is similar to something like a form array, but form array doesn't have a names and all those things. So if you are having a dynamic form controls, so which should be added means multiple form controls you need to add it means, so then you can have it, then you can set up a form record. So this is the use of this form record which I want to tell you. So fine. So these all the things is fine. So if you want to build a form builder for this one means, so how you can build it. For example, let's say that the previous code only. So if you are having the password thing and all those things. So let's say that you are having the, I would be having the form group and all those things. So now if you would want to have a form builder, if you want to implement the same thing using the form builder means, how you can do it. So the form builder, how we can build it is that to non-nullable form builder. So normally non-nullable form builder means, so what you will try to do for each form control, you will be adding it, right? So in the same scenario, what you need to do it is, so here FB is equal to, we need to inject the non-nullable form builder. So this is the form builder which you need to inject it. So when you want the non-nullable form group. So now here what you can do, login form is equal to this dot fb dot group, and here you can use something like email which is of type empty, and you can have a password which is of type empty. So like this also you can able to do it. So this one is a non-nullable empty form. Okay, so non-nullable form builder. So if you want to use the form builder thing means, so a new this new addition has been added, so which we are trying to do it as non-nullable of true. So we are passing an object, right, in the same scenario. So non-nullable, or otherwise you can inject the form builder. I think so previously you used to have fb dot non, so we used to have it something like this, non-nullable. Yeah, so like this also you can able to use it. So we both the things are one and the same only, so that is not a problem. So this is how you will be using the non-nullable thing, form builder. So in the summary, what I want to tell you is form group, so best for forms with a known structure. So form group, when we need to use it, so if you know the structure and all those things, form group is best. Partial values means, so if you want to exclude the disabled values and all those things, then we will disabled values controls are excluded in dot value, and dot get raw value will be include the disabled thing also, disabled values also. Optional controls means fields can be optionally included in the form group and also can be removed using the remove control and add control I have shown you. Form record means if you want to add dynamically, which is an open-ended thing, dynamically add the fields with their names means, then we need to use the form record. So the last one which I have explained you is the non-nullable form builder. It creates a non-nullable controls without repeated non-nullable true. So all the time no need to repeat this non-nullable like that. So directly you can use this non-nullable form builder directly in this one. So this is what I want to explain you about the strictly typed reactive forms. So in the next video I will continue in the template driven forms. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So in this video, we will try to learn about the template driven forms. So we will try to understand about the template driven forms in the Angular 18. So now we have completed this reactive forms. So validations and all those things are remaining. So I will try to explain you the validations in a separate video. So here we will try to understand about this template driven forms. So let's have a overview of this one. So now, so why we use this template forms? So in the template driven forms, okay, the control elements in the form are bound to the data properties that have input validation. So that means whatever the form control elements are there in the form are bound to the data properties. Data properties means nothing but the properties which are available in the component. So which have an input validation, those are bound. The input validation helps maintain data integrity and styling to improve the user experience. So this is one thing which I want to tell you. So here the template driven forms mainly uses the two-way data binding. So we have already had a just overview of this template driven forms. It uses the two-way data binding to update the data model in the component as changes were made in the template and vice versa. So we already learned about this one. So normally the Angular, if you try to observe carefully, it supports the two design approaches for interactive forms. One is the template driven forms allows you to use form specific directives in your Angular template. Reactive forms provide a model driven data approach to building forms. Now the things and all those things are different. So which approach you want to choose? Template driven forms are a great choice for small and simple forms, while reactive forms are more scalable and suitable for complex forms. For a comparison of the two approaches, you can already see our old videos, so which I have did it. So now what I want to tell you is, so what is the template driven forms useful for? So now you can build almost any kind of form with an Angular template, login forms like login forms, contact form, and pretty much many business forms also you can develop using the template driven forms. You can lay out the controls creatively and bind them to the data in your object model. You can specify the validations rules and display validation errors, conditionally allow the input from specific controls, trigger the built-in visual feedback, and much more. Almost all the things you can do it. So let's try to understand about this one about the template driven form. So normally what I want to tell you is, normally the template driven forms rely on directives defined in the forms module. So first one is the ng model. Which I want to tell you. So ng model means, so it reconciles value changes in the attached form element with changes in the data model. So here allowing you to respond to the user input with input validation and also the error handling. The second one which you will be able to see is the ng form. So which I want to tell you, the ng form. So these are the directives which you will be using in the template driven forms. Creates a top level form group instance and binds it to a form element to track the aggregated form value and validation status. As soon as you import the forms module, this directive becomes active by default on all form tags. You don't need to add a special selector for this one. And also the last one is the ng model group, so which you will be trying to see more often in this one. So these are the three things which you will be able to see the directives. And it creates and binds a form group instance to a DOM element. So now let's try to create a simple example. Okay, so we'll go through creating the data model, form component, template, and module configuration also we'll try to see. So now in this example we'll include bindings, events, and also we'll use the bootstrap for styling. This approach will use I am using the standalone components, eliminating the need to declare the component within an ng module. So fine. So let's try to set up create a new component, that is nothing but I will create the actor form. ng-gc actor form. So this is the component I am trying to create it. So in this one I will try to explain you about the template driven forms and all those things. Let's try to create this one. So now I have created an actor form. So for this one actor form component, so what I will try to do, so here let's go to the actor form component.ts file. So here first of all what I will do it is I will create an actor class. So for this one what I will do it is I will create an actor.ts file. So in this actor form only I will create a new file, that is nothing but actor.ts file. So this one is a class thing. So here I will have a simple export class actor. So in this one you will be having the public id of type number. Let's close this one. Yeah, and you will be having, so this one is a class, right? So I need to mention it in the constructor. So whenever you create an object for this one, so you will be having, so here I will create public id of type number, and you will have another one is public name of type string, and you will have another one something like skill and the studio. It's an optional so here I will try to give public skill of type string, and the last one is public studio of type string. This one is also, and this one I will try to make it as an optional, so question mark. So if you want to mention, you can mention it. So this is a simple class. So now this actor class represents the data model containing information about an actor such as their id, name, skill, and the studio. So we will store this file in the actor.ts file I am creating. So the actor class defines the properties we will bind to the form fields. So these are the things which we will bind it to the form fields. Now let's try to create, now we create the actor form component which we have already created it, and this is a standalone component. This component will hold the list of skills, the model representing the form's initial data, and a submitted flag for handling the form submission. So let's try to have it. So here actor form component, so in this one you will be having the skills. So let's try to create the skills for this one. So for this one what I will try to do it is, so here I will use the skills, so method acting, singing, dancing, and sword fighting. So this is the thing, And here I will try to create the model. So I am creating one model. So here this is one model, new actor. I am creating a new actor, and the ID for this one is 18. So the model is nothing but Tom Cruise, and he has the skill of 0, 1, 2, 3 sword fighting, and he belongs to the studio CW Productions. Fine. So now I will be having another flag, that is nothing but, so I will have a property submitted is equal to false. Okay. So whenever the form is submitted, something like that, I will create submitted is equal to true. So just a very property which I am bring. Let's concentrate on the here what I am trying to do. So skills holds a list of all the predefined actor skills. So these are all the predefined actor skills which you will be having, and I have created a model which is an instance of the actor which will pre-fill the form with an example of actor. And on submit, what I am trying to do is I am trying to set the property submitted to true upon form submission. So fine. So now let's try to create the form template. So for this one, what I will try to do it is I will be using the bootstrap for styling. So for this one, in order to include the bootstrap, so what I will try to do here, I will import the bootstrap thing. So how I can import this one is, so we have an import thing that is nothing but @import. So here I will import this one. So like this, and here checking the changes, styles.cs got updated, fine. So here now in this one, which I would be trying to show you, so everything got changed here. You will be able to see the bold and all those things. So now let's go to the actorform.component.html, actorform.component.html file. So in this one, let's design the template. So for this one, what I will try to do is, so I will have a container dot container. So this bootstrap thing already you people are aware of this one. So here I can have an h2 actor form. Okay. And now here what I will try to do, so here you will be having a form. So when this one is submitted, ng submit is there, means then I will try to use the on submit. So this on submit also have used it. So when I need to show this one, so whenever this ng if is there, not of submitted. So when this submitted is false, then I need to show the form. So this ng if, in order to make it work, I need to use the common module here. So I am using the common module here. So here we are having the common module, and this one also ng on submit. So in this form, what I will try to do it is, so here I will be having a form group. First one, form group. So one by one we can have it, form group. Okay. And in this form group, what I will try to do it is, I will have a label, and this one is name. So we need to have an actor name, right? Label. And the another one which I want to show it is the input. Type is equal to text. This is common, and I will apply the bootstrap class, that is nothing but a form control. Sorry. And if you want to check this one, so what I can do it is, in our app.component.html, so we will include this form that directly, app-actor-form. Okay. And this app component.ts file also we will highlight it. Automatically the form will come. Yeah, you will be able to see this name. So fine, we are able to see this thing. And here what I need to mention it is, so I will try to explain you, this id is equal to name, and here you can use the required field, so the HTML validations, and also here I need to use the ng model, that is nothing but the model.name. So two-way data binding I am using it. And in order to make this one work, so what I need to do here, I need to include the forms module. That's it. So now here, so we have got it. So id is equal to name and everything we have included. So next one what we will be having is the studio. So I will try to, I already have the code with me, so I will try to copy and paste it so that you can be able to understand. So I am using the form group and label studio. So input type model.studio. So we have it. Now the next one which I want to show you is the skills. So I want to show the list of skills so that here the user can able to, so model.name. So why this model.name is not getting updated? So name, we are having this in the actor.ts file. Okay, we are having it. So let's try to see afterwards. ng model is equal model.name, model.studio we got updated. And here I will be having another one, that is nothing but what I want to tell you is skills thing. So here I will be having the form group. So let's try to implement the form group, and inside this form group I will be having the label, and this one is the skill, and here I can show the skills, and here we need to have a select box, and also I will use the for loop condition for this one. So here in this select box, so So we are using the form control and all those things. ng model, I am linking that one to the skill, and here we are having a name skill required field, and I am looping over each one and I am showing the skills thing. That's it. So now at the end I will be having a button. So here at the end I will be having a button is equal to type is equal to submit button hyphen primary. So now you will be able to see the button. So model.name, we are not able to see this model.name. What is the problem for this one? ng model is equal to model.name, right? So here we will try to have this entire thing. I don't know why it is not showing. So let's try to see it. Yeah, so we are able to get this one. So maybe some mistake I have. Model.name ng model is equal to model.name. So maybe I have missed it something. Okay, name is equal to name, so I need to include this one. So fine, so we got the values and all those things. So here we have displayed. So if it is submitted means, then what I need to do it is, so I need to show the details of all the details. I need to show it here. So if it is submitted at the bottom, so here if it is submitted means, then I need to show the form submitted. So if I click on the submit, so you'll be able to see the skill is quad firing, form submitted, the skill is form. So if I try to refresh this page, and if I try to change this one to singing, and if I click on skill is singing, the form submitted. Here the form element uses the ng on submit, and to handle the submission of the ng model for two-way binding. The name input is the name input is required, while the studio input is optional. So the studio input is optional, this name input is required. And the skill dropdown is populated by iterating over the skills with ng for. Upon submission, the message form submitted and the actor's name, we are able to see it. So that's the thing. So now for displaying, and we are able to see this one, right? So we are, for displaying that one, we are showing in the app component.html, and for the bootstrap we have added this one. So that's it guys about this one. So here we have shown the form, template driven form, and we have used this ng model and all those things. So for two-way data binding, and we have created this like this. The total summary what I want to tell you is, with these steps we have created a standalone Angular 18 form component with the data model actor class to structure the form data, and the form component actor form component to handle the form logic and display the initial data. And we have used the bootstrap style form fields bound to the data and the method model properties. And so that is the thing. So this setup provides a working example of a form in Angular 18 which can be expanded with additional features like validation, services, or additional form controls if needed. So we will try to do it one by one. So this is how the basic setup of the template driven form. So I will be providing the so this is what we will be doing it. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to learn about the step-by-step breakdown of how to set up the two-way data binding in Angular components with the same example which we have did it. So now we have the actor model. So this is the actor model. So it will be having the name, skill, and the studio. So if you don't want the ID also, it is not a problem. So you will be having the name, skill, studio, and the skill. So let's try to make this one also as mandatory. Okay. So now we have the three things, and now we're in the setup component. So I will try to show you one by one in the setup component. So what we are trying to have. So this is, we need to import the forms module. So fine. So let's say that we are having the skills of method as singing, dancing, and these all things we are having it, right? So we also have an acting. Okay, fine. And now the actor which we are having, it is of type actor, and I will not provide the here like this. And here we are having the HTML which we are having right now, the actor, skill, and the studio, name, skill, and the studio. So we need to provide it same thing like this only, name, skill, and the studio. So fine. So now in the template file, so what we need to do is we need to set up the template file. So this is the thing. So I don't want to show these all the submissions and all those things. I don't want to show you. I will try to keep it as simple as possible. So I will remove this all ngif, and I will remove this all ngif and all those things. So this is our simple form. So now let's try to set up the form. So here form also I will try to remove it. Sorry, this one. So I will show you how to set up the template driven forms in the Angular one by one. So in the template file, set up the form fields with ng model for two-way data binding. This binds the each control to a corresponding property in the model. So whatever the model we are having right now here, the model we are having it, right? So that is nothing but name, skill, and also the studio. So we will try to set up the same thing, model.name, model.studio, and model.skill. So for each one we are trying to set up. So now bind name, add ng model to bind the name property here, and we will be adding the studio input to the studio property and also the skill to the skill. With the options populated in the skills array, we are trying to bind the skill property also. Fine. So what I would be trying to do it is, so here in this one, so I will try to show the model JSON at the bottom or at the top. I will try to show you. So here I want to show you the model data. So here at the top, so here I want to show you the model JSON data. So whatever the JSON has been added. So here you will be able to see it, right? So the model JSON, it has been applied. Tom Cruise skills sword fighting studio. We are able to see the entire model. We are able to see. So fine. So now we are able to get this one. So now what we have did it here. So we have applied the ng model syntax. So this is the syntax which we have applied it. So it binds the input, select or other form control elements to the properties in the model. Whatever the properties in the model we are having, it will bind it to this one. So it uses the Angular's two-way data binding to sync model changes with the UI and also the vice versa. And each control, so these are the steps you need to understand. So each control element needs a name attribute to register it with the Angular's ng form directive. So ng form directive will be having, I will try to explain you. So each control element should have a name, must and should, it should have a name. So name studio, name like this, it should have in the template driven form. So why? Because it should register it with the Angular's ng form directive, enabling validations and form state tracking. So why we need this name? So to enable the validations and also the form state tracking. So now, so what I would be trying to do it is, so here I will try to use the hash actor form is equal to ng form at the top. So for this one, I will try to add it like this. So this is the template reference variable and it should be of type ng form. So for this ng form, in order to work it, so we need to have the name attribute. Fine. So now the hash actor form is equal to ng form. It in the form tag allows you to reference the form instance directly in the template. So if you want to add, if you want to use this actor form directly in the template means, so this one it will be useful for you. So the model JSON binding provides a live JSON representation. Whatever the things you are trying to change it here, it will provide the live representation of the form data which updates as the user modifies the field. Fine. So now what I will try to do, so now let's try to see the output for this one. So if I try to see, so whatever the data I am highlighting here, we are able to highlight the data, and also here you will be able to see the model JSON. So now if you try to observe the data in the model JSON, it will change instantly with the each keystroke on the selection. So here it will try to change the each thing. So if I try to change it, automatically it will be changed. You can confirm that ng model binds each input element to the corresponding property in the actor model. So now, so this is how the template form, this is what the basic setup of the template driven form in the Angular thing. So we have completed the setup. In the next video, we will try to see some more concepts in the template driven form. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will try to understand about this form, the form state of how the form state we will be tracking. We'll try to understand. So for example, let's say that we will go to the inspect element into this one. So this is our inspect element, and here if you try to see, we are able to see a form, okay, and this one is an ng. So if I try to refresh this page first time, so here you will be able to see that you'll be having like this. And now when I try to submit this form automatically, if I click submit this form, you will be able to see a class has been added here, ng-submitted. So that means if the form is submitted, you will be able to see Angular applies automatically ng-submitted class to the form, not to the form elements, to the form class, to the form elements after the form has been elements after the form has been submitted. This class can be used. Let's try to check it whether it is. So here it is not applied. So after the submitted, this class can be used to change the form's style behavior after it has been submitted. So by using this class, you can do some form style behavior after it has been submitted. So normally if you are trying to add an ng model directive to the form control, so here we have added ng model to the directive to add control, adds the class names to the control that describes the state. These classes can be used to change a control styles based on its state. For example, let's say that here we are having this entire form, right? So for each form element, if you try to observe the each form element, like example studio, for the studio, if you try to see it, so here you will be able to see ng-pristine, ng-valid, ng-touched. Okay. So now or otherwise, so we have touched that one, that is the reason. So if you try to see here, so for the name field, ng-untouched, ng-pristine, ng-valid. So these are the three things which you are able to see it. So let's try to understand one by one about this one. So first one is the which one, ng-touched. So if the control has been visited, okay, so if the control has been visited means then we will be using the ng-touched, or otherwise it will be ng-untouched. I will try to explain you that in real time also. Another one is ng-pristine. So if the control value has been changed means then you will be getting ng-dirty, something like this, or otherwise you will be getting ng-pristine. So here if I try to change it, if I click on this one and if I go outside, so you will be able to see that it has been ng-touched. It has changed to ng-touched. But ng-pristine, if you want to get it means then you need to write it something like that. Then it will be turned into ng-dirty. So now another one is which I want to tell you is the control value is valid or not. So if you try to check it here, ng- for this one required is there. So here ng-valid you will be able to see. So if I try to remove this thing and if I go outside, you will be able to see ng-invalid. If the control value is valid means then ng-valid class will be applied, or otherwise ng-invalid class will be applied. Angular also applies the ng-submitted class to the form elements upon submission, but not to the controls inside the form element. So this ng-submitted will be added to the form element, not to the for controls of the form element. So you use these CSS classes to define the styles of your control based on its status. So observe this control state. So how we can observe this one? To see how the classes are added and removed by the framework, open the browser developer tools and inspect the input element that represents the actor name. So you can do it. So using your browser developer tools, find the input element that corresponds. So for example, let's say that I will try to take this name element only in this form. So here in this form, we will be having one form group, and inside this form group, we will be having one form element, which is ng-touched. So now when you first bring it up, the class indicates that it has a valid value, something like a ng-untouched, ng-pristine, ng-valid. So this one thing, just look but don't touch, then the class indicates it has been untouched, pristine and valid. So fine. Now check inside in name box, then click outside. So now here I will click it and I will click outside. Automatically this one will be changed to ng-touched. Okay. Add slashes at the end. It is now touched and dirty. So here I will add something. Now it will be touched and dirty. Now if you try to remove that one, so now it will be something like ng-invalid. So these are the classes which you will be able to see. So in order to create the visual feedback for the states means, so the ng-valid or the ng-invalid pair is particularly interesting. So because you want to send some strong visual signal when the values are invalid. So you also want to mark required fields, right? So you can mark required fields and invalid data at the same time with a colored bar on the left of the input box. To change the appearance in this way, so we need to use add the definitions for the ng-star thing. So for this one, what we try to do it is, so here in our code, so we will be having the actor.css, right? So let's go to the actor.css file. So here I will try to apply it for the ng-valid, okay? So which is having the required class. So required, or otherwise you can also write something like so anything. So dot required comma dot ng-valid which is of type dot required. Okay, required attribute, or otherwise you are having a dot required class. So anything. So what I will try to do, I will try to apply the if it is valid means then I will try to apply the green color. Okay, this one is a valid case. So this one is a valid case. Now if it is an invalid case means then if it is an invalid case, so that means dot ng-invalid, then I will try to apply the red color. So I will try to add the red color. So I already have the red color with me, so I will try to add the red color for this one. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so let's try to check it, ng-valid. So that's why you are able to see a green color is there. So now if I try to remove this one, automatically see you will be able to see a red color for this one. But here what it is happening, you will be able to see a long bar is also coming. So for which one it is getting applied, if you try to observe carefully, so well, let's try to see it. So why? Because so we have applied ng-invalid and this border left is applying for this one also. So how can I remove this one is, so we should not apply it to the form. So here you can write in such a way that not of form. That's it. So now let's try to see the output for this one. So let's refresh this page. So here if I try to remove this, automatically the red color has been applied to this. So in this way we will be adding the what I want to tell is the so if I try to write it, automatically the green color will come. So like this you will be adding the appearance. You can change the appearance of the input elements using those classes. And if you want to show or hide the validation error messages, how you can do it? The name input box is required, and clearing it turns into the bar red. That indicates that something is wrong, but the user doesn't know the user doesn't know what is wrong or what to do about it. So you can provide a helpful message by checking for and responding to the control state. The skill select box is also required. So if you try to see here, this is also required. And if it is not selected, means we need to show some message. So what can we do here? So we need to what we need to do it is extend the input tag with a template reference variable, so that you can use to access the input box Angular control from within the template. In this example, so I will be using hash name is equal to ng model. So that means what I need to do, so for this one I need to use the hash name is equal to ng model. So let's try to apply for this whatever the controls you want to do it. So here I will be applying hash name is equal to ng model. So this is the name we are trying to apply it. So now we have applied it. The template reference variable hash name is set to the ng model because that is the value of the ng model dot export as property. This property tells Angular how to link a reference variable to a directive. So fine. So now add a div that contains a suitable error message. So here at the bottom you can add a div that contains the suitable error message. So what you will try to do, so whatever the thing you want to show it. So let's try to show it something like name is required. Okay, name is required. So this is the message which I want to show. And if you want, you can also use the class name. So we already have the bootstrap. So class is equal to alert hyphen danger. Whatever the class you want, you can do it. And here you will be able to see the message name is required. We are able to see it. But all the time we should not show it, right? So then what you need to do here, we got the name, and here, so when we need to show it here, this should be hidden. Okay, this should be hidden. So here I can add something like message here. Hidden, it should be hidden in such a way that name dot valid, if it is valid it should be hidden, or name dot pristine, so if it is pristine. So that's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so at the first time you will not able to see the value, and here if it is invalid means then you will be able to see it. Okay, so like this you will be able to show. So if I try to write something, so immediately it will go away. So if name is invalid or the name is pristine, then we will not show it. So this is how in this example you hide the message when the control is either valid or pristine. Pristine means the user hasn't changed the value since it was displayed in the form. If you ignore the pristine state, you would hide the message only when the value is valid. If you arrange this component with a new blank actor or something invalid means you will see the error message immediately. So that's why we are using the pristine also. So you might want the message to display only when the user makes an invalid change. Hiding the message while the control is in the pristine state, I choose that goal. So you will see the significance of this choice when you add a new actor to the form in the next step. So that's it. So this is how you will be showing all the error messages and all those things in the template driven form. So now you are able to have a clear understanding about the different types of classes that has been attached, and also how to show the messages and all the things also you will be able to have a clear idea. So hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, I will try to explain you how we can add a new actor into this one. So for right now, we are having these details, right? So if you try to have a new button, something like add a new actor, how we can display all the details. Let's try to show you. So for this one, what I will try to do it is, so here I will be having a button, and here add actor. So here I will show the add actor. Now here what I will try to do is inside this form is there, right? So that's why I will try to keep it as a button. Now and click, I will be using add actor. Okay, so this is the method which I am trying to use it. So now here I can go here into this one, and here I can create a new actor. So now I need to create a new actor. So that means I can do something like this dot model is equal to new actor. So I want to keep it as an all as empty. That's it. So now fine. So now when you try to here, if you go and if I try to click on this add actor, everything becomes empty. So this is fine. This is expected thing only. So now here I will try to do class btn hyphen info like this. I will try to keep it. Yeah. So now if I try to click on add actor, everything will go away and also the model also is getting refreshed. So this is how you can keep the you can clear the add actor thing. So now another one what I want to explain you is, for example, let's say that I will refresh this page, okay, and here I will try to write something and I removed it. So here name is required, it is showing, but when I try to click on add actor, so all the things has been cleared, but still it is showing name is required. This message should not show. Why? Because so we are trying to reset this form. So but still this one, if you try to observe carefully, here it is still is an ng invalid and ng hyphen touched and ng hyphen dirty. But actually when I am trying to click on this add actor, this form needs to be reset. So reset means it needs to have a fresh form. Why? Because I am trying to click a new actor. So that means that should be refreshed. So what I can do it is, one thing what we can do it is, already I have added here a reference link which is type of ng form. So here I can do actor form dot reset. Okay. So I can use this method reset. Now if I try to use this reset, so now let's say that I am having this one. So I have clicked here and I have removed it. So for this one I will be having an ng dirty ng like this I will be having. So for this form also, so for this one I am having ng dirty, ng invalid, ng touch like this I am having. As soon as when I click on this one, immediately, so these all the things will go away. So ng invalid is common. Why? Because it is an empty form. ng untouched and ng hyphen pristine, and also the message also has gone. See, if I try to remove this one, so we are able to see this message, and if I try to click on add actor, the message has gone. So this is the thing which you need to understand. So here we need to reset this form. So this is one important thing. For example, let's say that if you want to add it, this one in our code side means, so you need to send this actor form, and here you can go here and you can get the form of type ng form, sorry, ng form, not ng for, it's an ng form, and here you need to reset this form. So that is nothing but form dot reset. That's it. So you can also use the reset form or reset anything. So now if I try to click on this one, so if I write here something and if I remove it, and if I click on this add actor, everything will go away. So this way is also one of the same only, or otherwise you can write it in this way. So now when I am trying to submit this form, so what will happen? So if I try to submit this form, so what can you do it? So for this one you can do something like ng submit. Okay, ng submit is equal to on submit. So this is the on submit. So now here let's go into this one, and here I can use the on submit, and here, so if you want to get the model details means, so you can get the current model details. There is nothing but the current everything, the values of this form, you will be able to get it. So now here if I try to show you the data, if I write it something and if I click on the submit in the console, you'll try to see it. So we are able to see the actor details. But if I want to get the form details means, what can I do? I can send the form into this one. So here whatever the button we are, what is the form we are having it here, so I can send the actor form directly, the entire ng form I can send it, and here in this one I can take this ng form, and now you can do whatever you want it. So here you can get the entire form details, like whatever the controls are there, everything you will be able to get it. So here if I try to write it something like this, and if I click on the submit, so you will be able to get this ng form, and ng form will contain all those details, and also here ng form, what is the form you are having, form group, so ng form dot controls, so what are the controls you are having, name, skill studio, so these are the names which we are trying to keep it here. So depending on this name only, for example, if I try to change this name, so if I try to refresh this page, and if I try to submit it, so here you will be able to see the form, and here in this controls, so the same name you will be able to see it. So that means, that's why I am trying to tell you that name is important. So now ng form we have got the ng form details, and everything you will be having here. So whatever it is valid or not, and what are the values you are having, same thing. So you can have the ng values changes, so everything, whatever the things you want, you can able to have it. So this is the form directive which you are having in G form, just like in the reactive form group instance. So the same form instance you will be able to have it. So this is what I want to explain you. So now if you want to, on submitting, if you want to show the details means, so you can have something like submitted is equal to false. So you can have the submitted is equal to false. So whenever the user has submitted, you can do the this dot submitted is equal to true. Okay, and here you can do something like in HTML. So this entire thing, so you can make it as an ng if, okay, ng if it is not of submitted. If it is submitted means then you can come to down. So this is entire form, right? So this entire form, and here you can come down, and here you can do ng if. You can use if it is submitted means. So then in this one, so you can show the data. So whatever the submitted data you are having it, right? So whatever the submitted data you want to show it. So like let's say that skills and all those things, if you want to show it means, so you have submitted the following, something like this. You can show like H2. So you have submitted the you have submitted the following. So this is the thing which you can show the message, and here you can have something like dot row dot call hyphen x xs hyphen 3. So here in this one I can show something like name, and here also I can have another one as something like xs hyphen 9, and here I can show model dot name. In the same scenario, what I can do it is I can show the skill and the studio also. Skill, so here I can have the skill model dot skill. I can show the model dot skill. In the same scenario I can show the studio, and here I can show the model dot studio. So now here I can have a button in such a way that button type is equal to button, and here I can show something like edit. So here I can show reset form, and here on click I can show the reset form, and here I can show the edit thing. And this reset form, you can go to here and you can show the reset form here, and here I can show this dot submitted is equal to false. That's it. So now let's try to see the output for this one. So whatever the values you are trying to submit here, immediately you will be able to see that these are the details submitted. And if I click on edit, again we will go back here. So if you want to reset this form means you can reset this form. So something like you know already, so you can send this actor form automatically and you can do it. So form in G form, and you can reset this form. That's not a thing. So this is the way where we will be doing it. This is all about the template forms. So hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So let's try to learn in this form. So we have learned about the different types of forms like template driven form and also the reactive forms. So how to develop the React forms and how to develop the template driven forms and all those things we have seen it. Now it's time for us to learn about the validations, how we can do the validations, what are the built-in validations available in the template form, and also what are the built-in validators available in the React forms. So if you want to write your custom validations means how we can write it in the template driven forms and also the reactive forms. Let's try to understand. So now from here onwards the videos all will be dealing on the validations only. So we will be having some couple of videos regarding these validations, and afterwards so we will try to learn about the another concept like after the validations we will be having something like a building dynamic forms, something like that. We can end this form session. So let's try to have the validations. Before entering into these validations, so we have learned in our previous video about the template driven forms and all those things. So how to develop these template driven forms. So we have seen it, right? So like this. And now it's time for us. So just write how we can write the built-in validations for this template driven forms. We'll try to understand. And afterwards we'll try to see how we can write the custom validations also in template driven forms. We'll see. First, I want to go through a step-by-step implementation of how to add a validation to a template driven form in Angular 18. So for this one, what I will do is, so we already have a template driven approach for a form in the actor component. So we already have it. So since we are using this ng model and all those things, we need to import the forms module. And if you are using the ngif, async and so those type of directives means, then we need to use the common module also. So I don't want to take too much into this one. So I will try to make it as simple as possible. So in order to write the validations. So what I will try to do it is, I will remove this entire code. Let's say that I have an actor which has a name of empty. Let's say show. Okay, so this is a simple object which I am having right now. So I am saving this one. So now let's go to the actor.form.html file. So here also I don't want to write everything. So I will have just a container. Okay. So I will be having just a container. Inside this container, I will have the row. And here I can have the call-md-12, so whichever you want you can write it. And here I can have an actor form. So these all things we have already learned it. So just I am trying to show you. So here you will be having the form group. And inside this form group, what I would be trying to do it is, so I will create just a label for is equal to name, and here also the name, and here I will be writing the input type is equal to input I have written type is equal to text, and class is equal to, so these are all bootstrap controls. Don't think that so why I am writing these all the classes. So don't think that these all classes belongs to the template driven forms. These are all bootstrap classes. So now let's say that this is our template driven form, right? So the validations which we will be writing is all based on the HTML5 implementation only. So here we can write something like required, and the minimum length it should be something like 4 characters minimum you should have. So let's say we'll try to keep it as simple as possible. Then afterwards we'll try to go. And here I will give the ng model, okay, and that too it should be two-way data binding ng model is equal to actor dot name, and you want to use this one in our template only, right? So we can write hash name is equal to ng model. That's it. So this is the basic implementation of this one. So now we need to write the validations for this. Okay, so now if you try to write the validations for this one, so how we can write it? So first of all, you need to take in such a way that, okay, so I will write it and I will explain you afterwards. So here I will take one div. Okay, so I am giving the validations everything. So here I can write ngif if ngif. So here if name dot invalid is there. Okay, if it is invalid, and also we need to check conditions such that name dot dirty or name dot touched. So anything it has been touched and dirty, and also it should be invalid. So then we need to write the validations. So now normally we need to give a specified validations for this one. So that means what you can do it is, for example, let's say that div ngif. Okay, again you can go for ngif, and here you can write in such a way that name dot has error of required. So if it has an error of required, then you can write a condition in such a way that name is required. Okay, but if you are having a minimum length situation, then you can write in such a way that div ngif name dot has error of name dot minimum length. Okay, sorry, minimum, you should not write like this, minimum length. So it has an error of minimum length, then you should write name must be at least 4 characters long. So this is how you will be writing the issue. So now if I try to go into this one and if I come outside, see, you will be able to see the name is required. But if I write something like 2 characters and here I can, so here you will be able to see name must be 4 characters long. So then it will go away. So like this we will be writing it. So here I will try to explain you about this one. So we are writing the HTML validation attributes, required and minimum length. The required attribute makes the field as mandatory and the minimum length is equal to 4 means it will attribute, this attribute ensures that name is at least 4 characters long. And we are using the hash name is equal to ng model. So this exports the ng model directive to the name variable, giving access to the form control properties in the template. So that's it. So now the ngIf attribute we have used it. So the ngIf directive on the div causes ensures that error message displays only if its name is invalid and also the field should be either dirty or it should be touched. So that means user interact or blurred out, something like that. So now specific error messages we are trying to show it. Inside the div we are using has error of required and also the name dot has error of minimum length to display the specific validation error messages. So that is the thing which we have to do. So apart from this one also you can write the custom validations for this one also. So that is the another concept which I will try to explain you afterwards. So this is what we will be trying to do if you want to write the error message in the template driven form for a specific type of errors. For a specific type of errors if you want to show it means, so we will be writing in this way. So this is guys about this one. So now hope you understood about this concept. So I'll be so in the next video what we will try to do is in the same scenario how we can try to do it in the reactive forms. I will try to explain you. Then afterwards we will go for the custom validations and all those things. So hope you understood about this template driven form validations, especially showing the specific error messages. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn how to add a custom validators to the template driven forms. So we have seen the normal, what I can say is the ng model, these type of things is there, right? Which we are try to see the HTML attribute validators. So these are all predefined validators which we are able to see it right now here. And here we are able to show those all predefined validators and the corresponding errors. For example, let's say that if you are trying to keep it as an empty, then you are able to show that name is required. And when you are trying to write which is not particular minimum length means we are able to show name must be at least 4 characters long. Let's say that we need to add some custom validators to the template driven forms. If you want to write that have custom validators, let's say that for example, let's say that my name Leela. So this name is not allowed in this one. So in the actor form, if you are trying to write the name which has Leela or Bob or anything, so these names should not be allowed. So here you need to write that name is an invalid. So invalid name. So these type of validations we need to do it. So for those type of things, what we need to do it is we need to implement a custom validators. That is nothing but the validators which we will be writing by our own. So let's try to see how we can write the custom validators in the template driven forms right now I am saying. So I will cover everything from which piece is necessary and how it works in the Angular framework. Let's try to write. So now what I want to say is a custom validation function. Let's try to create a custom validation function. So here I will be creating a custom validation functions here in an actor form. Here I will be creating a new file that is nothing but forbidden name. So here I will be creating a forbidden name dot validator dot ts file. So this one is a normal function, so which is of type validation function. So let me write this one. So why we will be creating is a custom validation function is essential for defining the actual validation rule. So now we want to prevent the users from entering the certain names like Leela or anything into an input field. So first of all, I am trying to write the logic in this validator and I will try to use this validator. So for this one, what we will do it is, so here I will create a function, export function, and this function is nothing but forbidden name validator. So this is the validator. And this one will take the name, that is nothing but the forbidden name, whatever the name you are trying to give it. So it can be a regular expression or anything. So I will take it as a regular expression. And this returns the validator function. So this returns the validator function. That's it. So now here we need to read validator function is nothing but it is a function. So that means I will return the function and this function will have it, we need to send the control, which is an form control. So we can say it as an abstract control. So abstract control, and this will return the validation error. So this one should return the validation errors or null, whatever it may be. So if it has validation means error means you need to return validation error. Validation errors means is nothing but an object. I will try to explain you one by one this line. So first I will take the forbidden name. So I will take the forbidden is equal to for constant forbidden name, forbidden is equal to forbidden name dot test. So I am trying to check the regular expression. So here I need to send the control. So the form control dot value, in that form control you know that it will be having a form control value, and if it is forbidden means then you are getting forbidden. If it is forbidden means then I need to return an object. So it's a simple object, forbidden name, so which will be able to use it there, and here I can write the value and I can just send the control dot value. That's it. So some object we need to send it, and here I will be using the null. I will explain you everything. So that's it. So this is the simple logic which we are trying to write it, the forbidden name validator. Now let's try to explain, let's try to understand each step by step. So what is the purpose of this one? This function will check if the input contains a forbidden name and returns an error if it does. So it will take the forbidden name. If it is a forbidden or not, it will try to check that one. If it is there means it will return an error. That is nothing but a validator function. So now it takes the parameter. First one is the forbidden name, which is of type regular expression. We pass a regular expression to define the forbidden pattern. This allows flexibility. We could forbid exact words or broader patterns also we can use it. So that's why I am using the regular expression normally. The return type. So now the another one is the return type. So the return type for this one is a validator function. What is this validator function? A validator function is a specific type of function Angular expects for the validators. So if you are trying to implement the validator means, see, this is the function what the Angular expects. It takes an abstract control, that is nothing but the one. Any form input control it will take it, that is nothing but an abstract control, and returns either validator errors, that is nothing but an object if there is an error, or otherwise null if the value is valid. This is thing. So now here in the logic what we are trying to do, here we are trying to test with the forbidden.test control.value. Checks if the control's value matches the forbidden pattern or not. If it is matching means then we are returning an object of forbidden name value control.value. So if the name is forbidden, this is the error message Angular will recognize with the key forbidden name. So with the key forbidden name it will recognize. Null means if no error. So this function does not interact directly with the template. It needs to be applied as a part of a directive to work seamlessly with the template driven forms. So this one will not directly interact with the template. So now next we need to implement the directive, and that directive will interact with the template. So now let's try to create the validation directive. So the directive serves as a wrapper around the validation function. So for this validation function it serves as a wrapper directive. The Angular's template driven forms uses the ng_validators to identify and apply custom validators. So we will register our directive within the ng validators. So let's try to create the forbidden name directive. So here in this active form only I am creating forbidden name dot directive dot ts file. So this is the ts file which I am trying to do. So here export, something problem is there. Okay, comma I have written. Let's try to rename it to .ts. Yeah. So now here we are able to see export class forbidden name directive, and it should implement the validators. Okay, so it should implement the validator. That's it. So now this is, as this one is a directive, so here we need to write the directive, and this should have the selector, that is a selector. So the directive should be imported, so that's why we are not able to get. Yeah, so selector should be app forbidden, otherwise we will try to give something like in capital letter, something like that. We will give app forbidden name. Okay, that's it. So now we need to keep it as a standalone true. That's it. These are all enough. And here validator. So if you are trying to give the validator means then we need to implement a method that is nothing but validate. So this is the validate, and this takes a control abstract control, and it will return the validation errors. Fine. So here we will get it as an input. So what you will get is an input, that is nothing but the forbidden name. So you will get it with the directive name only, app forbidden name. It's the same name what I am trying to use it, that is the name. And here we need to, let's close this one so that you can able to see it clearly. So here this is an input, okay, and here I can write the name forbidden name. So this is the forbidden name which I am trying to implement. So right now by default it will be empty, that's it. So now if it is a validation errors means, then what I need to do, so here I need to return if forbidden name is there. So that means if it is not empty, then what I should do, so then I need to call the validator function. So what is a validator function? So that one you know, forbidden name validator. So we have written the code, right? And for this one we need to return the regular expression, new regular expression of control. So we will be getting that control dot value, that's it. So now we are setting it like this, and we need, and this forbidden validator will try to return the function, and we need to call this function inside the directive. So for that function we need to send the abstract control. So we are sending the control, or otherwise we will call it as a null, that's it. So here this is the thing. So now we need to add this one to our validators thing. So that's why we will be using the providers, and here it should be provide. So we need to add it in the ng_validators. So these are the we will be having all types of validators to this one. So we are adding our custom validator also to that validators, and here we need to use the use existing. So in order to have the same instance we will be using use existing. If you use the use class means, then you will be having an unexpected behavior. So that is the reason, and you need to keep the multi true so that it will be added to the all the directives. So this is how you will be maintaining it. So I'll try to explain you one by one again. So here what I have did, so directive decorator. So you know about the directive decorators and all these things. The first one is a selector which we have used it, app forbidden name. So this defines how this directive will be applied. When we use app forbidden name as an attribute to an HTML, Angular knows to apply this directive, and we have used the providers. So registers this directive as a validator by provide this one ng_validators means add this directive to the Angular list of validators. So Angular has the list of validators, and by using this ng_validators means then it will add it to the list of validators. So here you will be having all the validators. So that's why this is an injection token. So now let's try to go here into this one. Use existing. So here this is the main thing which you need to do. So uses the existing instance of the directive rather than creating a new instance. So if you try to use this use class means, rather than using the existing instance, it will create a new instance for every time whenever you declare it to the directive, to the template. So this is important because the forbidden name property needs to be bind to the specific instance in the form. So that is the reason. Multi-true means, so allows multiple validators to be applied to the same control. So that is the reason. So now here we have implemented this validator. So it will make sure our directive can act as a validator in Angular forms. The validator interface requires the validate method. That's it. So now here we have used this input. They allow us to set the forbidden name in the template, making the directive dynamic. And forbidden name means, so this one will holds the value, something like whatever the value you are trying to send it to the template. So fine. So now we have uses the validator forbidden name validator with a specified forbidden pattern, and returns the result of the forbidden name validator, which is either an error object or a null. So fine. So this one is completed. Now we need to apply the directive to the template. Let's see how we can use this directive in the template driven form. So we will add the app forbidden name directive to an input field. Let's go to the actor.form.ts file. So okay, fine. So here actor.form.ts file, and for this one let's include this forbidden name directive. So we have added here as a directive, and let's go to the actor.form.html file. So here in this one, so we need to add for this app forbidden name. So app forbidden name is equal to, I will add it as a Leela. So that means the Leela name should not be allowed. So that's it. So now here, so we have implemented. Now let's try to see what is the problem. We have got it. Forbidden name validator. Okay, let's go to the forbidden name validator. Let's go into this one. So here we are having, okay, so return function, we need to implement it like this. That's it. So now here we are able to see. So now what I am trying to say here, Now whenever you are trying to say, if you go outside means name is required, fine. So if you try, name must be at least 4 characters long. So now it is telling it as an, okay, what it is saying, so still it is saying it as an forbidden name dot test of control dot value, and here we have written in such a way that, so it should be forbidden name should be equal to Leela. So we are getting the error. Let's try to see. So whatever the name I am trying to say, it is throwing it as an error. The problem is, if you try to see the forbidden name directive, and here let's try to see validate control this dot forbidden name. Oh, we are trying to send the regular expression, the value which the user has written, and we are trying to check with the name. So here we need to write this dot forbidden name. So whatever the input we are having, so we need to check it like this. So now if I try to enter, so it will be green, fine. If I try to enter the Leela, so now we are able to see a red color. Now we need to show the appropriate message to this one. So how we can show? Here we are writing the if conditions, right? So here I can write div invalid name, and here you can write if, sorry, not if name dot has error of forbidden name. Okay, that's it. So now if you try to see the output for this one, so if I try to write the Leela, here you will be able to see invalid name. So this is how we will be implementing the custom validators in the template driven form. So here we have used the selector, defines how the, so here in our TS file, so here it will define how this directive will be applied. When we use app forbidden name as an attribute in HTML means Angular knows to apply this directive. So that is the main thing. So now here let's try that. So here we have already checked these all the things. So that's it about this one. So hope you understood about this concept. So now this approach provides a reusable, easy to apply custom validation setup for template driven forms in the Angular standalone application, enabling the dynamic input validation with minimal code in the template itself. Hope you understood about this one. So custom validators writing in the template driven form. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. I will try to give the reply. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see how to validate the input in the reactive forms. In a reactive form, the source of the truth is the component class. This is the component class, and everything comes under this component class only. Whatever the logic, we will write it in the reactive forms, we will write it in the component class only. Instead of adding validators through the attributes in the template, so you can add the validator functions directly to the form control model in the component class. So Angular then calls these functions whenever the value of the control changes. So this is how we will be doing it in the reactive forms. Normally validator functions can either be synchronous or the asynchronous. So what is this synchronous? Synchronous functions can take the control instance and immediately return either a set of validation error or the null. So pass this as the second argument whenever you instantiate the form control. Asynchronous validators functions that take the control instance and return a promise or an observable that later emits a set of validation errors or null. Pass this as the third argument when you instantiate the form control. So for performance reasons, Angular only runs sync validators if all sync validators pass. Each must complete before errors are set. Then only the asynchronous validator will be executed. So fine. So now we'll try to implement the what I want to say is in the reactive forms the validations thing. So we'll have this actor form component also, and in this one we will try to include the reactive form synchronous thing. So now first of all we have defined it's a standalone component, and we need to define the reactive form, and also we need to use the validators. So let's try to implement this one. So here for this one, what I would try to do it is, so here I will try to create an actor form. Okay, let's try to take it. Actor form is equal to new form control of, and here we will be writing, so we will be having two things, that is nothing but name, and this one is a new form control, sorry, this one is a form group, sorry. So we will be writing under the form group, and here you will be getting the form control. So here you need to understand, so first one is the default value, and the second one is the array of the validators you will be writing. So first one is validators, so here this one is a validators dot required, so here you will be writing, and another one is validators dot minimum length. So we will be implementing the minimum length. So that's it. So these two commands only I will try to use it, and minimum length which should be having 4. So now the same thing I would be trying to implement this one in the actor form. So this is the form group, and I will be having the form control. We can also have the role and skill also. If you want, I will try to implement it. So let's try to implement that role also. Role, new form control of empty. So for this one I don't want to add anything, and I will try to add skill, and this is also new form control of empty, and here I will write validators dot required. Okay, so fine, that's it. So now what I want to do it is, so here validators dot required means, so ensures that the field is not empty. Validators dot minimum length of 4 means it requires at least 4 characters, and the role control is optional, so no validators are applied, and the skill control requires to be validator is required. So we can also add the custom validators and all those things. In the next video we will try to discuss how we can write the custom validators in the reactive forms. So let's go into the step 2. So for this one what we need to do, so here this is our form, and here I will be having the form, and the form is nothing but form group. So I can have a form group, and this represents the actor form, and this is our form. And in this form what I will try to do it is, so just I will try to copy it. So one form group I will copy it, or otherwise I will try to show one form group. So that is nothing but div. So we already have the, if you understand carefully, we already have this bootstrap, so I will be using the bootstrap classes form group, and here I can have one label for is equal to name, and for is equal to name, and I can simply the name. So here why this error is coming is because we need to implement the reactive forms module, not the forms module, reactive forms module. So that's fine. So now you can remove this forbidden name directive. We will try to implement it afterwards. So now you will be able to see that form name, and if you want you can also wrap it in a container so that you can able to get it clearly. So with gap it will get it. So here I can add a container. So fine, I will be having the input, this is our input, and here I can add the id is equal to name, and the class is id is equal to name, and also the class is equal to form control. I can use the form control, that's it, right? So form control, and here we need to mention the form control name is equal to name, that's it. And if you want you can also use the HTML attributes required. Okay, so fine, finished. And now the another one is the same form group. You will try to add it, and you will mention it here up to here. Yeah, I can copy this one and I can paste it at the bottom. So fine, so here this form group is nothing but role. So let's try to have the role, and here also I can have the role, and here this is the role. I can have this as role, and another one is which I will be trying to take it as a skill. So the same thing I will try to copy it, div class is equal to form group, and at the bottom I will try to place it with a skill, and here also I will try to add it as a skill, and here also I will add it as a skill. Okay, and this one is id is equal to skill, and here at the top also this one is not, this one is role. That's it, finished. So we have added the role, id, and also the skill. So let's try to have a button. So now let's have this button. So now here I can have the button and submit. So you can have the submit, and here you can add a disable. So disable also you can use it. So that is nothing but when the actor form is invalid, then if it is invalid means then it should be disabled. So right now it is disabled. Why? Because it is an invalid form. So fine. So now we have implemented this one. So now we need to show the errors, right? So whenever I am trying to write it here, so the form is enabled here. Fine. So now if I try to remove this one, automatically it is disabled. So for example, here if I write something like this, so here I need to show this show some errors. So how can I show some errors is, so here for the first one we can show the errors in such a way that, so now here you need to show the errors. So div, okay, so these are all errors, and here I can add, you can use the custom value also. If, so we need to take this name. Okay, normally if you want to take it something like actor form dot controls dot name, like that, instead of getting, so we can have the getter function something like get name, and here this one will return the this dot actor form dot controls dot name. Okay, so you can use it like this, or otherwise you can use the get off name or something like that also you can use it. And another one is get skill, so I will try to use the skill also, and here it will return the this dot actor form dot controls, or otherwise you can also use another one, something like get off skill. So like this also you can use. So in both the ways you can use it. And now let's go into this one. So here if you have if so we need to check some conditions. Why? Because when we need to show when the name is invalid, okay, when the name dot invalid, okay, when the name is invalid, and also we need to check in such a way that name should be dirty or name is touched, then only we need to show these type of errors. So here, so these all errors comes under this one, and we can add a class to this one. Div class is equal to alert hyphen danger. So now we need to show some message. What is the type of message we want to show? First of all, @if name dot has error of required. First one is required, right? So required means then you can show the message that div name is required. Okay, and if, or otherwise you can also use the else if, or otherwise you can use @if name dot has error of required. If it is required means then you can, sorry, not required, min length means, so if you are having min length means you can use something like this. Min length means then you can show div name must be at least 4 characters long. Okay, 4 characters long, that's it. So now these are the types. So now if you want to show the skill also, the same thing. So you can have this all skill. So here I can take this entire thing, I will try to copy it instead of writing. So here @if, so here you can write skill is invalid, and also if it is invalid means why it is invalid, if it is dirty or touched. Okay, so now, so I want to check @if skill is invalid, so you can have it something like this, and also you can have it something like this, and also you can have it optional thing. So now I can have @if skill dot has error of required. So then you can show the message div you can write something like skill is required. Okay, and in this one you can write the code div class is equal to alert hyphen danger. That's it, and you need to close this div in between this one. That's it. So this is the thing. Now if you try to write it and if you come down, so name is required, and if I write a name at least like this, so now gone. And here also if you come outside, so nothing is there, so fine. And if you come down, skill is required, and if you try to, so no. So this is how we can show the built-in validators. So this is how we will be implementing the built-in validators. So now these are all sync validators applied directly to the control in the form group. They run immediately and can return an error or null. Now error messages means displayed conditionally using the ng for if condition based on the specific validation errors detected by the has error. So with this setup, so we can see the validation errors dynamically as the user interacts with the form fields. So hope you understood about these built-in validators, how we will be implementing in the reactive forms. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about how to add the custom validators to the reactive forms. So normally, as usual, how you will apply the custom validators to the template driven forms, which we have learned it in our previous videos. In the same manner only we will add it. But there we have created a directive. Why? Because the template driven forms directly interact with the template. So whereas this one, the most of the logic will be in the component class. So that means there is no need to create a directive for this one. Directly whatever the validator function we have created it, we can use it directly in this one also. So now, so in order to create a custom validator in Angular for a specific form, so let's try to see about this instructions thing. So first of all, a custom validator is useful when the built-in Angular validators don't cover your specific needs. So then that scenario only will create a custom validator. So now first of all, what I will try to do it is, so we'll use the same concept like forbidden name, which we'll use it in the reactive forms. The validator function so now we will try to create a validator function that is nothing but a factory function. This means that it takes a parameter, in this case regular expression for the forbidden names, and returns a validator function for the form control. So for this one, what we will try to do it is, here we have created a forbidden name dot validator.ts file. So if you try to observe here, this is the thing, the same validator function which we will be using it for this one in the reactive forms also. Here I will try to explain you one by one. So here we have used the forbidden name validator. It accepts a regular expression, that is nothing but the forbidden name, and returns a validator function. So this one will returns a validator function. This is nothing but the validator function. Now inside this function, it will check if the controls value matches the regular expression or not. So whatever the form control, we will be adding it. So for that one, it will check that whether it will matches the regular expression or not. If it matches means, then it will return a validation error object. That is nothing but this is the error object we will try to return. Forbidden name, and the value will be the control.value. Otherwise it will return none, indicating that the input is a valid thing. So this is the validator function. Now we need to use this validator function in a reactive form component. So let's create the reactive form component. Already we have the reactive form component which is created here. So now in this one, what we will try to do it is, so here we have an actor form. So this is an actor form which is an initialized as a form group with controls for name, role and skill. The name control, now we will be creating with three validations. One is validators.required, and another one is validator.minLength of 4. So required means it will makes the field as required, and minLength of 4 means it will ensure that the field must have at least 4 characters. Now I will try to add the third validator also, which is a custom validator, our custom validator which we have created. So now this is our custom validator that forbids names containing the any name. So here I will create forbidden name validator, and here we need to send the expression. So here I can use Leela/I, that's it. So now this is how we will be sending it. So now if you try to observe, cannot find name Leela, so here we will try to add it as a string. So it's my mistake, okay, or otherwise we will try to create in such a way that new regular expression of, like this I will try to do it. Yeah, fine. So now here we have created this one, so like this. So now, and as usual, so on submit method it will check. So now here if you try to write it here, so this one is an invalid, right? If I write it here, so all are valid and this one is also valid, the submit button is enabled. If I try to write it here immediately, and this one is also valid. Sorry, we need to write it as in /Leela like this, or otherwise if you want to write it as regular expression means, then you need to write /Leela/I think, hopefully, yeah. So this is how you will be writing. Now if you try to write it something like this one, this is a valid thing. If I write it Leela means, then this one is having an error. Now we need to show the error message. So how we can show this error message? So normally if you try to see here in the inspect element, and here in our Angular, okay, in our Angular, let's go to the Angular, or otherwise I will make it as a full screen. And here this is our actor form, right? And here we will be having the injector services. This is our actor form. And if you try to check here in the controls, so let's have the controls. So this is our controls, the name, and here you will be able to see the validation errors. So here you will be having the errors, and here you are having a forbidden name. And if the errors has a forbidden name like this means, then you can show the message. So now how can I show this one? So let's try to go to our actor.component.html file, and here I can show that @ if name dot has error of forbidden name. So the message that one you have observed it, right? So now here you can have a div name is invalid. You can show some custom message like this. Now if you see the output for this one, so here I will try to write the Leela, and here you will be able to see name is invalid. So in this way you will be writing the custom validators in the reactive forms. So this is how you will be doing it. So now this is our custom validators. If you try to observe carefully, And now here the forbidden name validator is our custom validator that forbids name containing Leela. So now we have also seen about the errors thing also. So this is all about the creating custom validators in the reactive form. Same like template driven forms only we will be creating it, but whereas in the template driven forms we will create an extra directive, and that directive will make use of this validator thing. Whereas in this reactive forms directly you can use that validator function inside the form control. So hope you understood about these custom validators in the reactive forms. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will try to see the control status. That means what I want to tell you is the classes, the CSS classes, what are being that have been applied to the Angular form. So the control status CSS class. So normally when you are trying to apply the form or something like that, so Angular automatically mirrors many control properties. I will try to show you here. Yeah, Angular automatically mirrors many control properties onto the form control element as the CSS classes. So these all the control properties and all those things for the each form control element will be added as a CSS classes. So using these CSS classes to style form control elements according to the state of the form. So we can use these CSS classes. So we have discussed about the CSS classes. Let's try to understand this one. So I will try to break down the concepts and provide step by step with an example. So normally Angular attaches, so here I will try to tell you. Normally what I want to tell you is, normally Angular attaches CSS classes to form elements to indicate their validation and interaction states. These classes make it easy to style form controls conditionally. So normally here are the main CSS classes that Angular adds. First one is the validation state classes. So if you try to understand validation state classes, so here I will try to explain you. So one is the ng valid. So when the form control is valid means then this ng valid will be applied. And another one is ng invalid. So this control will be applied when the form control is invalid. And another one is ng pending. So this control is in the pending state, often while asynchronous validation is in the processing. So when asynchronous operations, which we will try to discuss in our upcoming videos. So when you are trying to do asynchronous videos, you will be able to see the ng pending. So that means the validation is still processing. So next one what we have is the interaction classes. So these are all the validation class state classes, and next one is the interaction classes. So now interaction state classes means first one is the ng pristine. So this form control has not been interacted with it. So whenever you have a form control that has not been interacted means you will be having a class that is nothing but ng pristine. So next one is the ng dirty. So ng dirty means the control has been modified by the user. So that means if in form control, if the input element or anything has been modified by the user means then you will be having ng-dirty. And the another one is the ng-untouched. So when the control has not been touched by the user means that is not yet focused or blurred means then we will be having ng-untouched. The last one is the ng-touched. Control has been touched, focused and blurred at least once means then you will be able to see the control has the user has touched it, and ng-untouched class will be applied to that control. And the last one is the form. For this class will be applied to only the form. There is nothing but ng-submitted. So applied to the form element once the form has been submitted. So now I will try to show you in the example how these classes and all those things will be applied. So for example, let's say that so this is our form. So this form is nothing but a reactive form. Here you will be able to see all the div class and all those things we are able to see it. So now if you try to see this form, this is a reactive form. So template driven form is also one and the same only. The same classes will be applied to this one. So if you try to see the first time when I try to refresh this page at the first time. So when you try to see for the form, so here you will be able to see the form. I will try to maximize. Yeah. So here this is the form element. This is the total form element. And for this form element, if you are able to see, the form has been applied the classes ng-touched, ng-pristine and also ng-invalid. Why ng-invalid means, so it has some validation rule, so that's why the form enter is an invalid thing. ng-untouched means the form has not been touched. ng-pristine means so the user has not interacted with the form yet. So now the next one is the first form control. For this form control also you will be able to see ng-untouched, ng-pristine and also ng-invalid. So why? Because this one has in validations like custom validation and also 2 required validation and also 1 min length validation. So that's why we will be able to see ng-invalid has been applied to this one. ng-pristine means we have not yet interacted with the this input element. Now the another one which you will be able to see is the, so this is thing. So for this one also, role also, untouched, pristine, invalid. So for all the form elements you will be able to see the same thing, untouched, pristine and also invalid. So these are the classes that has been applied. So now for example, let's say that I will try to select the form name. So when I try to select the name, so I will select it here. Okay, I have selected it here and I will come back outside. So when I come back outside, you will be able to see for the name field. So here for the name field, it has been touched, it has been invalid and also it has been pristine. So why? Because we haven't interacted up to now, but it has been touched. Okay, so it has not been pristine, still it is pristine. So that means we haven't interacted anything, we have focused and blurred it. So that means we have just touched it, that's it. So now here you will be able to see that form control has been changed to touch and invalid. So and also if you try to see here, the entire form also has been changed to untouched. Why? Because if you touch any one of the element which is inside the form, means automatically the form also will be converted into a touched thing. But remaining form controls, if you try to see, everyone is an untouched only. So this is how you will be able to see. Now what I will try to do is, for the name I will try to change it. So here I have changed this one and immediately you will be able to see the entire form has been changed to dirty, and also this form control also has been changed to dirty. So that means the pristine has been removed. So it has been changed to dirty, whereas the other form control still untouched, pristine is still there. Why? Because we are only interacting with the name form control and we are not interacting with the role and the skill. So that's why only the form control classes are getting changed by untouched and dirty. So now if you want to change it, so if you have entered correctly, means then you will be able to see untouched, dirty, and now it has been changed to valid. Still this the main form is invalid. Why? Because only one form element only it has been changed to valid. Remaining other form control elements also it needs to change it to valid. Then only this entire form also will be changed to valid. Now if I try to enter the role, so this one also will be changed to untouched, dirty and also valid. Now if I try to write it here, this one also will be changed to so here also the sketch, what I want to say, the skill also is changed to dirty, valid and also untouched. Now if you try to see the form, so now untouched and now the form is also valid. So this is how the classes automatically it will be changing because of the form controls instance and all those things. Now when you try to submit the form, so now here I have submitted the form. Now you will be able to see ng-submitted. This is the class which has been applied only for the form. So if you try to see for each and every form elements, so the ng-submitted class will not be is not added, but only ng-submitted will be added only to the form element. Okay, only for the form element only ng-submitted will be added. So remaining all form controls and all those things we will be having touched or untouched, pristine or dirty, and also valid and invalid. So these are the different control status classes which you will be able to see in the reactive forms. By using these things, you can able to write the CSS classes. So now here if you try to observe carefully, so here I have added a green color border and all those things, right? If I remove, it will change into red color, and if I add it, it changes to green color. So how I can able to achieve this one? If you try to see the CSS for this one, so let's go to the CSS. Here I am trying to see when this one is valid. So when it is valid means then I am trying to apply border left like this. So when it has an invalid and it is not a form means then you will be able to see border left like this. So this is how you will be able to apply the CSS class. Based on the CSS classes, you can able to apply the styles for that particular form control elements. So this is what I want to explain you about this one. So in conclusion, what I want to tell you is the Angular form. This is how the Angular form control status classes allows us to style input fields based on their validation and interaction states. By applying conditional styling, you can enhance the form's visual feedback, providing users with a better experience. So this is what I want to explain you, the different status classes that are available in the Angular. Hope you understood about this concept. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel leelawebdev. So we are learning about the Angular 18 form validations. So we are having the reactive form, that is nothing but the actor form. If you try to see here, this is our reactive form, and here this is our reactive form, and we have added some validations like validations are required. So that means this should be a required field. And also you are having another validation, something like minimum length. So here it should have a minimum length of 4 characters. And we are having a forbidden name validator. So that means we should not allow Leela as the name. So here if I try to hello Leela, name is invalid. So that means this type of validations we have written it. Now in this video I want to discuss you about another type of validation which we will be trying to use it more often when we are trying to do the password. So if you are having a password and also a confirm password, so we need to make something like the password and the confirm password are not same. So we need to match both the password and the confirm password. So that means we need to show a validation error for that one. So that means one form control is dependent on the another form control. So these are something like called as in cross field validators. So we are trying to validate the field across the field. So these are called as in cross field validators. We are not validating only the particular field. We are validating the field with reference to the another field. So how can we do these type of cross field validators in the reactive forms? And afterwards we will see in the template driven forms also. First we will try to understand about the reactive forms. So in order to make this one, so here my requirement is in such a way that here we have a two form controls, that is nothing but name and also a role. And what I want to do it is the name and the role must not be equal. For example, let's say that I have given a name of something like Bob, okay, and if I try to give the same role as Bob, then these two name and role must not be equal. So that means must not match, so that the user can be confused between the name and the role. That means what is the validation what we need to do? Name and role must not match to each other. So that is the validation I want to do. So here the role is dependent on the name. So here if you try to write the name and if you write the same name as the role also, same role as the name means, then we need to show an error that both name and role are equal. So it should not be equal. So what I need to do here, we need to do the cross field validation. So that means the role is dependent on the name. How we can do it is here after completion of these all form controls and all those things. So here we will be completing of this form group, right? Here we need to give another array, okay, validators. If you try to see here, you will be able to get a validators. So you also have an async validators also. We'll try to learn about these async validators when we are learning the asynchronous concept. So here we are having a validators, and here it will take the array of validators, or otherwise if you are having only one cross field validator means you can give it like this. So here what I want to do it is, here I need to call a validator function. How we have called this forbidden name validator, in the same scenario we need to call the the validator function. For that one what I will try to do it is, in the actor form only I will create a new file that is nothing but must not match dot validator dot ts file. That's it. So I am trying to keep it like this. Now here it should be something like export function must not match validator. So this is the validator, and this will take the form group, the entire form group you will be getting it, and it is of type abstract control. So the form group is also one type of control only. Here you will be you need to return the validation errors, or otherwise I will return the null if the validation is valid. So now this is the thing. Now what I want to do, first of all I need to take the name, constant name is equal to group dot get of name. Okay, so I will be trying to get the name and I will show you the output so that you can able to understand it very easily. So here you will be able to get the output, right? First of all, yeah, here name, first of all I am trying to get the name in the must not validator. So get name, and also I will get the value for this one. That's it. So for this one I will keep it as a question mark so that it is an not required field. So here you will be having constant role, also I will try to get it, and group dot get of role dot value. So I got the value also. So now we got both the name and also the value. Now I want to check if name is there and also the role is there, and also the name is equal to role is matching, means then what I need to do here. So here I need to return, I will return an object. So here must not match is true. So I will send it like this, or otherwise I will return the null. So that means the validation is valid. So this is the must not match validator which we are trying to write it. So here we are using must not match validator. It's a validator function which returns the validator errors, and here I will be using the name I am trying to get it, and also the role I am trying to get it. So both the values I am getting it, and if name and role are both are equal means then I am returning that it's an error. Fine. So now we have implemented the validation. Now here where we need to use it, in the validators. So here you can mention the array, or otherwise you can mention, we are having right now only one, so you can mention it in array also, must not match validator. That's it. So now we have mentioned it in the array. So we are right now we are having only one, I am mentioning it the only one. If we are having only one means, so there is no need to mention it as an array also. So the same like the validations thing. So how I have mentioned, if we have only one validation, here in the same scenario, here also validators also, if you are having multiple means, you can mention it as an array. If you are not having multiple means, so you can mention it as a simple plain as a second argument, and in this one as a value you can mention it. Fine. Now here I don't want to match it, so here I will try to use this one, but here we are able to see, so the entire thing, right? So how can I control this one? So here we can do in such a way that, let's go to the form, and here, so here I will try to write it in such a way that here I will write a condition at the bottom. Let's see the example. For example, let's say that, so this button is invalid, right? This button is invalid. You will be able to see this button is invalid. Now I will try to write I will write some name, and here also I will try to copy it, and here also I will try to write the skill, but still the submit button is not valid. Why? Because here both the name and role are equal, so then the validation error, so the name and role must not match to each other. So here the submission is not valid, so that means our form is working. So how can I show the error so that the user can able to understand, so what is the validation error, what is the changes that I need to do. So here what we can do it is, here I can add an if condition, that if actor form, okay, dot has error of must not match, okay, must not match. So this is the key I am sending it, right? And ampersand when the actor form is valid, so actor form dot touched or actor form dot dirty. So when these both are there, then only we need to show the message. So there is nothing but div class is equal to alert hyphen danger, and here I can write the name and role must not match each other, something like this. I will try to show the message. That's it. Now if you try to see here, I will try to write something, and if I try to copy the same thing here, you will be able to see that name and role must not match each other. So that means both are matching. So that's why we are able to show the message that name and role must not match each other. I will write something, and here the submit button has been enabled. So this is how we will be implementing the cross field validations in the reactive forms. In the same way we will be implementing in the template driven forms also, but we need to use the directive. I will try to explain you in the next video how we can implement the same cross field validations in the template driven forms. So hope you understood about this concept, how we will be writing the cross field validations. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn about how to write the cross field validations in the template driven forms. So right now I don't have any template driven form. Let's try to create from the scratch the template driven form. I will create only the name and role, and we'll try to see it. So for this one, what I will do it is, I will create a new component, template validations. So that is nothing but in this one you will be having the template driven form. Let's try to create it so that you will be so why I am trying to do from the scratch is, we are going to be finishing about this form validations and forms concept. So soon we will be jumping into the HTTP client. In order to have a recap, something like that, quick recap, something like that, so I will design the template driven forms from scratch so that you can brush up your things what you have learned in the previous videos. So let's try to create this one. It may take some time to create. Yeah, I already created. Let's go to the app.component.html file. Here instead of this one, I will do app-template-validations. So this is the component which I am trying to use it. And in the same scenario, we need to inject that one, as this one is a standalone component. So here you need to give template validations component. So fine. Now here you will be able to see a new output, that is nothing but template validations. Now this is completed. Let's go on to our template validations component. Sorry, not template form, template validations component, and also the template validations.html file. So this is our template driven form. Here let's say that I will be having an actor, and we will be having a name of empty, and also I will be having a role of empty, and this is our this is our property. So now let's go into our, sorry, always I am opening this one. Let's go to the template validations.html, and here I will be having a container. So I will do a little bit fast, so be with me. And I will have a form, and also there will be no action for this one. So form, and here I can have something like ng form hash actor form is equal to ng form. Fine. And here I will try to create a form group. Okay, and we will be having a label which will be having a name, and here also you will be having the name, and we'll be having another one is the input box text, and we need to must and should we need to give the name. And here you can have something like required, and you can have min length is equal to 4. That's it. So let's try to have it like this, and that's it. So now we can have another form group. Okay, dot form group, and here in this one we will be having one label, and this one is role, and here also you can have a role, and in this one also you will be having an input type is equal to text, and name is equal to role, and here also if you want you can add a required field. That's it. So now this is our simple form, and at the bottom you can have a button. There is nothing but a submit button. So fine. So this is our simple form, and in order to have this one we need to include the common module and also the forms module. That's it. So now you will be able to see the output without any problem. So here we are having a container, and we are able to get the form group. Okay, we need to have a form control. Class is equal to form control. Okay, form control. We are having a form control. And for this one also we will be having a class is equal to form control. Fine. So this is our simple form. Now what I want to do it is, so here I need to make the cross field validations in the template driven form. So first of all we will try to show these errors. So for this one what we can do, hash name is equal to ng model, and also here also you can have hash role is equal to ng model. Okay, so this is the ng model thing. So here why design. Okay, so we need to wrap it with an ng model, ng model actor dot name. So we have wrapped it, and here also we need to have ng model, and we need to wrap it with an actor dot role. That's it. So now these both are synced to each other. So fine. Now we are having this ng model. Now what I want to do it is, I want to show some errors. So here you can write some errors, something like if name dot invalid, if it is invalid ampersand name dot touched or name dot dirty. So if it is dirty is there, means then you need to show the error messages div class is equal to alert hyphen danger, and here you can show the message @if name dot has error of required. So these are all the messages which we will be trying to show it, and here I can show name is required. Okay, and else if name dot has error of min length. Okay, so min length, if it has a min length means, so here you can say that name should have at least 4 characters. Okay, so that's it. So now here if I try to go here, if I show it, so we are still not able to show it, so maybe we'll try to implement it. I will refresh this page, and if I write it else if I need to combine it, no, or otherwise you'll remove this one and you'll add the if like this one. So now if I try to go here and if I read surname is required, and if I try to name should have at least 4 characters. So we are able to implement this one. In the same scenario, if you want to have the role means the same thing, you can copy this if, and here you can paste this if, and here you can have a role, and here also role, and here also the role, sorry, role dot dirty, and here also like this, and here I can show at the rate if role has error of required, sorry, role has error of required, then I can show view class is equal to alert hyphen danger is required. So all the messages we are able to show it. So now if I try to type it here, if I try to type it, role is required, so we are able to get it. Now I want to apply the cross validations for this one. So the name and role should not match to each other. So for this one, what we need to do it is we need to create a directive. For templates always it is a template wise, right? We need to create a directive. So must not match dot directive dot ts file. So this is our directive, and here you can have export class must not match directive implements validator. Okay, it will implement the validator, and here you should have that one as directive, and this should be imported, and here you will be having the selector, and this is nothing but app must not match, and this one is a standalone and it is a true. That's it. So now here you can have a validate method, and in this validate method you can return must not validator. So we are able to have this one, right? And you can send that, sorry, you can send that control directly. That's it. So now you are able to send that control, and here you need to provide providers also, so that it will be a, you need to add it in the validation. So that is nothing but provide in the ng underscore validators list, and also we need to you need to use this existing must not match directive. Oh sorry, it is wrong. I think here I have given I, right? So here I can remove this one as I, and also multi, so it should be applied with other directives attributes also. So fine. So now this is the thing. Now in order to implement this one, what we need to do here, I need to implement the must not match directive. So we have implemented it. Now here we need to implement it in the form. Okay, so here app must not match. That's it. So now here you can have a button, submit button, and this one is disabled when actor form is invalid. That's it. So now this one is invalid. Now if I try to write it here, automatically this one is getting invalid, but here you will be able to see both are matching. So that is the reason, so the submit button is not activating. So what can I do here? I can show some error messages like in such a way that at the rate if actor form dot invalid, so the entire form we have applied to the entire form, right? And %& actor form is touched, okay, is touched, or actor form dot dirty. If it is touched and it is dirty means, then you can have a div class is equal to alert hyphen danger, name and role must not match. Okay, so now here also you need to add some condition that if actor form, so or otherwise you can have that error directly instead of invalid, has error of has error of must not match. So this is the key we will be sending it, right? That's it. So now here you will be writing like this, and here also you will be writing like this, so both are matching, fine. But here if I try to Leela, okay, and here I will write, so here name and role must not match. So this is how you will be writing the cross field validations in the template driven form. So what we have did, we have created a new directive, and we have made use of this must not match validator, which we have written in our previous video, about this validator function. In reactive forms, we are making use of the same form. So now here I have created directive and I am trying to return that one. So here it is sending the key that is nothing but must not match true. And in the same scenario, here I am applying it to the form, not to the form control, directly to the form I am applying it. And I am directly checking with the form, for the form, that if it has an error of must not match means, then if it is touched and dirty means, then we are trying to say that name and role must not match. So this is how you can write the cross field validations for the template driven forms. So we have seen for both the reactive forms and also the template driven forms. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, we will learn how to implement the async validators in the reactive forms. So the implementing the async validator in the React forms is one and the same only. So if you try to observe the custom validations how we have did it, in the same scenario we can implement this async validators also, but little bit of difference will be there. Let's try to understand this one. So right now we have an actor form, right? So which we have, that is on the reactive component. So here if you try to see, this is our actor form, which is everything is on the reactive forms module. Here you will be able to see the actor form, the name, role and skill we are having it. So we also have the must not match validator, cross field verification, and the custom validator, everything is having. So we will implement the same thing, that is nothing but the async validator also for this one. So right now I will try to implement the async validator for the role. How we can implement this one is, so async validators for this one. So for this, let's say that role is there. So we will have something like a unique role. So you should have a unique role. So that means we need to search it from the database or something like that. Now let's try to create a service for this one. So here I will create a service, actor.service.ts file. And this one is in service, as this one is in service, at the rate injectable. This should be injectable and it should be provided in root, and here we can have export class, what is the name, actor service, and here you can have something like a roles. So the list of roles, I will take it as in roles is hero and the villain. Other than these two things, you can select anything. So let's try to have this hero and villain. And is role taken, we will have a method is role taken, and this returns and this role taken role of type string. So this one, and here you can check that this dot roles, and here I need to return wave of, so there is nothing but wave of observable of this dot roles dot includes of role. So whatever the user sending variable, if it is there means, then dot pipe of delay of, I will take it as in 1000, something like this. So I am delaying it so that it could be mimicking as an observable. So here this one returns an observable of role. So fine. So now if it is includes means it will return the boolean value. Now we have an actor service. So now we need to implement the unique role validator. So let's try to implement the here unique role dot validator dot ts file. So this is our unique role. So here you can have an export function. You can also implement the class also. Export function unique role validator, and this should return the async validator function. Async validator function. So this is our function, and here it should be something like this. Okay, and here I can write it like this. Yeah. So now, so async validator function. So we need to return the async validator function. So how we can return this async validator function? So that one consists of a control, return control of abstract control. Okay, and in this one, so here what I will try to do is constant. So we will try to take the actor service and let's inject this actor service. Let's inject this actor service. Fine. maybe I think that actor service should not be injected in this one. Why? Because uh, we should use the injection and all those things in the injection context only. So maybe hopefully in the gods and in the constructors there the injection will work. So here in the validation thing the injection will not work. So let's try to see. We will implement this one. So actor service dot is role taken of control dot value if it is there means then dot pipe of map, we'll take the map is taken. So if you get a boolean means then if it is taken means then I will return an object unique role of true, or otherwise I will return the null. That's it. So now I am returning it like this. So now or otherwise I will return the catcher in the error mode also I will return it. So here comma catch error, so you will get the error and I will return the of null. So I am returning the error also. So now here we are having the map. Okay, so we need to write it here. Okay, so that's it. So now we are returning here. So what is this problem for this one? So we are having this construct and here we are returning the validation and here we need to return, I think. So this could be the problem. Yeah, fine. So now we have written this one. So everything is working fine. So we have implemented this unique role validator. Now we need to add it to the component.ts file. So here for this one you can add it as an object. So validators, the normal validators, if you want you can implement it as an validators dot required. You can implement it, and if you want async validators means async validators, and here you can write the unique role validator and you can call it directly like this. So that's it. So we have implemented for the role also the async validator. Now if you go into this actor form.html and I want to show it for the role. So where is this role thing? So skill is there and skill at the top. Yeah, here this is the role. So here we need to show the errors. So here I can have a do. Okay, here I can have a do, and now what I want to do it is here I need to write the code, right? So for this one what I need to do, we can go here and I can get the role. Instead of writing the entire thing I can get the role. So here I can show return this dot actor form dot controls dot role. That's it. Now here in our unique in the HTML file, so here you can write in such a way that ngif, so whatever the thing, so here role dot invalid, and or otherwise we will try to write it this one only. So the async validator only will write role dot pending. If it is pending means then checking availability of role. That's it. So now here you can write in such a way that so ngif role dot has error of we can write something like, what is that name for this one? Unique role. So we have added this key of unique role, right? If it is there means so the role is not unique, select another role. Already the role is taken, so you should select the another role. That's it. So now here if I try to press enter, the role is required. Oh sorry, so let's go to the app.component. Oh sorry, let's go to the app.component.html, and here I need to write the app hyphen actor hyphen form. That's it. So now if you try to see here the output, we are able to see the form, and here role is there, and if I try to write the here it is checking the availability of role, and after some time it is not saying. So what could be the reason? So here let's try to check in the console if any problem is there. Yes, so the problem is injection. So injection context only we need to call, I told you, right? Let's go to the unique validator. Where is this unique role validator? Yeah, so we should not inject the service here. So instead of that one you will get the you will try to get the actor service from here, actor service. So I will try to get it from here. So that means where I need to pass. So here I need to pass the actor service. So in order to get the actor service, so here I can inject the actor service is equal to inject of actor service. That's it. So now here I need to pass the this dot actor service. That's it. Now let's try to see whether we can able to get the output or not. So hopefully we should be able to get output. Fine. So here I am writing the hero and it is trying to check the, so here it is able to say role is unique, and if I try to write it like this, so now it is fine. But here if you try to see hero, now it is checking the availability of role is not unique, check availability. But whenever I am trying to write it here, it is always trying to check the availability, right? So what I want to do it is upon blurring, so that means if I come out of this one, then only it needs to calculate. For this one what I can do it is, so here in our thing I can write for this one here update on, so you will be having different types of things. Update on, here you can show blur change submit, so here blur I will try to implement the blur. So now if I refresh this page, okay, and here whenever I am trying to check it hero, so fine. Now if I come out here, now it is checking and it is telling that hero role is not unique, please select another role. So this is how it will be implemented. We will be implementing the async validations in the reactive forms. So hope you understood about this reactive forms concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in this video, we will try to implement the async validators, how we can implement these async validators in the template driven forms. So this is also one of the important concepts which you need to understand it. So now here we are having this template validations component, right? Let's try to implement this template driven component here. So here app hyphen template validations. So this is our component which we are able to see, and here you will be able to see the same thing, template driven form. And now this is our role. So in our previous video we have already implemented the unique role concept in the reactive forms. So now let's try to use the same concept in this template driven form also. So right now we are having this template validations component. Now we need to implement the unique role validation. So that is nothing but an asynchronous validation. So now here with what we need to do it is, you already know that reactive forms means directly you can use it in the component class. So whereas here in this one what we need to do is we need to initiate as an directive. So let's try to create a directive. So here in our template validations only, here I will create unique role dot directive dot ts file. So this is our unique role. Now let's try to implement this one, export. So this one is not ts file. Okay, let's try go here. I have given it as in comma ts. It should be dot ts. Okay. Now this one is an Angular. Now here what I can do it is export class unique role directive, and this should implement async validators. So this time this should implement the async validator. That's it. And now this one is a directive. Let's go to here. This one is a directive, and in this directive we need to give the selector, and this should be app unique role, whatever the name you want you can give it. And here I can do it as in standalone true. That's it. So now if you want to implement this async validator means, then we need to use the so here you can have it. So we need to implement the validate. I think so, validate only here we need to implement. Yeah, validate control we need to implement, but this time it will return the observable of validations. Okay, fine. So here what we need to do, first of all we need to call the return unique role validator. So this one we need to return it, but here this retakes the validator is an it's an act function, and this you need to, it will return you, it needs to have a abstract control, and also we need to return the actor service. So for this reason what we need to do in our directive.ts file. So here let's go, and here I can have actor service is equal to inject of actor service, and here we need to inject that actor service, this dot actor service, and we need to call this one using the control. That's it. So finish. So we are returning the unique role validator, and we like this. So now this directive we need to use it. So before that we need to provide it as an in the in this one. So we need to provide it in the async validators. We need to provide it. Now here unique role directive implements the async validator. So now we have completed this one. But in here we need to provide. Okay. So we need to provide. Which one you need to provide? This time we need to use the async validators. Okay. And we need to use the use existing common. And here this one is the unique role directive. And you can use the multi-true. That's it. Finish. So now we have implemented this one also. Let's go to the template validations, and here in our template validations we need to implement it here also. That is nothing but unique role directive, and we have implemented this directive also. And let's go to the template validation component.html, and for role you need to implement app unique role. That's it. Finish. So in order to show the errors, what you can do it is here if role dot pending. If it is pending means then you can show u class is equal to alert hyphen danger. Okay, and alert hyphen danger. So you can also implement in this one only, you can write it, or otherwise. So alert. So okay, fine, we'll write here only. So checking availability, and here so now so you can write in such a way that if role dot has error of unique role means, then if it has means, then you can write again. I am writing div class is equal to alert hyphen danger, role is already taken, select. That's it. Let's try to see it. So here I am trying to use it something like hero. So you'll be able to see role is already taken. So like this you can implement it. So if you want to write it here, so you can also implement it something like hero. So checking availability, and you can see that role is already taken. So in this way you can implement the what I want to say is the async validators in the template event. And if you want to have this update on false means, so you can also implement that one also, not a problem. So if you want to get it on the blur means, so what you can do it is, so here you can write ng modal options. So here you will be having the ng modal options. So we'll keep it as like this. Why? Because we need to pass an object, and in this object you will be having something like update on is equal to, you can have a blur. That's it. So now if you try to check the output, same thing. Let's refresh. So here when I am trying to write the hero, it will not calculate. When I come outside, then checking availability, role is already taken. So this is how we will be implementing. So this one updates validation only when the user moves away from the input field, reducing the frequency of the validation checks. So because of that reason we will be doing it. So we have seen all the things, something like async validators and all those things also we have seen. So optimizing the async validators. So now since async validators often involve HTTP requests, they can strain your backend if triggered too frequently. So setting update on blur means helps by triggering the validator only when the input field loses the focus. Other options is something like we can also have a change and submit also. Change means runs the validator on every keystroke. Submit means runs validation only on the form submission. So now Angular form handling adds a no validate attribute to disable HTML validations by default. So for example, let's say that here if you try to see, let's see that whether it will apply the form for the form no validate. So here by default it will apply the no validate attribute to disable HTML validation by default. However, if you want to combine Angular and native HTML validation means you can add the ng native validate. So here you need to implement the ng native validate. So this one you need to include it. So then automatically if you try to see for the form you will be able to apply the, so here ng the no validate will remove and you can apply it. So you know this is the thing. Adding ng native validate means re-enables the your HTML validation, allowing Angular's async validation to coexist with the native browser validation behavior also. So this is one thing. So this is all about the async validations in the template driven form. So by this we have learned all the concepts in the form thing. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. In this video, what I will be trying to do it is how we can build the dynamic form. So how we can create a dynamic form using the reactive forms. Let's try to see it. So building a dynamic form in Angular 18 means somewhat it is easy only. But we need to follow some steps. So let's try to have how we can develop a dynamic form. So what I was trying to tell you is, so I will try to tell you about the simple project structure. So what I was trying to do it. So here let's say that I would be having something like a dynamic form. It is a dynamic form. Okay, dynamic form means we don't know what are the elements that are existing inside this one. So the elements, what type of elements it is existing, we don't know. So let's say that it is coming from some external database or anything. So we need to define the structure. So let's say that we will be having let's say that questions thing. So if you are having a quiz questions or something like that, so we don't know what type so the same form you will be having different types of form elements you will be having. So the form, the data, the form controls, so how many are you having? So those are dynamic, right? So how we can define that one? So for defining that one, so let's say that you will be having the questions. So this is our array of something like that. So the first object you will be having something like an key. Key means nothing but the form control name. So the name of this one. So you will be having the key, and the value. Value means nothing but if you want to highlight it with the value means, so you can highlight it with the value. Highlight means I mean to say pre-populating. And you can have a label. So we can have a label to show the label name, and we can have a required field. So required field also we can use it, and we can have order, in which order we need to display it, and we can have a control type. So whether it is in text box or a drop down or anything, whatever it may be, and the type you can have a type. And if you are having options means you can have an options. Okay, so these are the different types which you can able to have it. So now, so these are the different types which you can able to have it. So now what I want to tell you is, so you can have multiple elements like this. So you will be having an object, and we need to create the object, we need to create the form using these objects. So how we can create it? So let's try to create this one. For this one, what I will try to do it is, so here in this one I will create, first one is the dynamic form. So here I will be creating a dynamic form. Let's try to create the dynamic form. So dynamic form means we will create dynamic form from this one, and let's go to the app.component.html. So before creating the dynamic form, so what I will try to do, let's try to create the project that is nothing but the questions base. So we'll try to create the questions base. So I will be creating the question base here. So here I will create a new file that is nothing but question base -ts. So question base.ts. So this is our question base, and here I will be writing export class question base. So we don't know what type of question we'll be asking, the value, which type of value we will be having, we don't know, right? So you can think of something like string. Sometimes if you are having a drop down means like string, and if you are having a checkbox or something like that means you can have the boolean value, something like that. So you can mention it as a t, and the value it defines is the t or undefined. Okay, and we can know that key is, it is of type string, and we know that label also it will be of type string. So we have discussed about these all things. Required, so this is of type boolean, and we can have another one is order. So in which order I want to display, this one is also of type number. You can have a number, order 1 2 3 4, something like this. And the next one is control type. So whether it is in text box or a drop down like that, so it is also of type string. And type, this is also of type text box or something like that. So type means input type is equal to select like that, you will be having it, right? So like that. And here you can have an options. So here options will be of type object. So if you are having a drop down means you will be sending this object key string, and also the value also I will try to keep it as a string only. So this is the object I will be having. So these are the different types of options which you will be having. So that's it. So now when you are trying to constructor, so I will try to create a constructor, and for this constructor we will be sending the values. So here I will be sending the object. Okay, so for this constructor, instead of sending all the values at a time, I will send the object. So that one will be something like options, so which is of type object, and in this object you will be having the value of type t. Okay, this will be of type question mark. So everything will be question mark only. Why? Because so those are all options, optional. Key of type string, and this is also optional. And I will try to copy and paste it everything. So label and all those things, and this one will options will be an array of options, and here I will be having all the details, label and all those things. So I will try to paste it here. Done. So now here, so this one will be of type the options I will be sending. So this one will be of type like this. So now we need to add it to all of them. So let's try to add it. I will copy and paste it. So I already have the data with me. So here like this I am assigning the value. So just whatever the options I am getting, I am trying to store it in this value. So whatever the values I have defined it here, so those are all the values I am defining it here like this. That's it. This is our question base. So just it's a question base which I have created it like this. So this is our object and we have the question base. So fine. So we have created a question base. Now let's try to create a service, question.service.ts file. So question.service.ts file. So this is our question.ts file, and here export class question service, and in this one, so let's say that this is an injectable. Okay, and in this one, so let's say that you will be having a constructor. No, not constructor is not needed. So let's try to have a we can have a question service. So we will be calling it with an get questions. So we will be calling that with an get question. So here I will try to provide a get questions. So here, so this method will provide you all the questions. So for creating the questions, what I need to do, so this one will contain the constant questions, so which is of type question base, okay, of string. So you will be having all the things as string only. So here I will be passing the object. So the first one is what I want to do it is, so here one by one I need to provide it. So first one is which I want to provide it is an object of text box. I want to provide a text box. For this one, what I will try to do it is, I will create two base classes. That is nothing but question hyphen text box. So this one is textbox.ts, and this contains something like export class text box. Okay, I can have text box extends the question base of string. Okay, so here I want to override this one. So override the control type, and this control type we know that this is of type text box. Okay, I will give it as a text box. That's it. And in the same scenario, we can have a question hyphen drop down. Let's try to create the question hyphen drop down dot ts file. So I am creating question hyphen drop down dot ts file. So here also export class drop down extends the question base of string. So I will be having the question base of type string, and this one also I will override the control type, that is nothing but to a drop down. That's it. So these are the two things which we are having, text box and also drop down. So now if you want to create another things, means you can create it. So here I can have something like new drop down. Okay, new drop down of, so here I can have new drop down of, so here we need to send the values. So here I can send something like the key is nothing but favorite animal. So this is the form control name, and you can have a value. So if you want, you can have a label is equal to, so favorite animal. Okay, so this is the label. And if you want, you can also give an options. So we need to give an options. Why? Because it's an what I will say, it's a drop down, so you can give the options. That's it. So now these are all the options, and control type will be a drop down. So fine. So now the first one is created, and next I will create a new text box. So you will be having a new text box of, so here also we need to pass the object. So object means for passing the object. So here also we can pass order 3. So in third place it needs to come the text box. So the text box also, let's say that we will be having something like, so the first name label first name and the value Alex I am updating, required is true and order is 1, fine. And the another text box also we will try to add it. So new text box of, and here also the object, we need to provide the object. So I will provide this one as email address. So I can have an email. So these are the list of all the dynamic forms. So we are having a drop down, text box and a text box. So fine. So now we need to send this one, return of. So of means observable, as an observable I am sending it, of questions dot sort of a comma b, and here I will be sending a dot order minus b dot order. That's it. So now we are sending it in a sorting way. So fine. So now this is the question service. So now in order to get the question service means where we can do it, app.component.ts file. So here I can inject the question service is equal to inject of question service. So we have injected this one. So let's try to inject. So we have injected this one. Now if I want to get the questions means questions is equal to this dot question service dot get questions. So here, so we got the questions. So this is an observable. So we know that this is an observable. Now let's go to the app.component.html file. So where is this app.component.html file? In this one, so let's remove this one, app-dynamic form. So I will try to use this app-dynamic form, and here I will be trying to send the questions. Questions is equal to questions dollar, and we will be using the async. That's it. So now we are getting an error. So let's try to import the common module. Maybe common module needs to be imported, I think. So let's see that whether the error will go away. And here still it is not going. So maybe async pipe we need to use it, I think. Let's see whether this error will go away. Still it is coming. So okay. So why this one is coming is, so app dynamic form is there, right? So let's go to the dynamic form. So dynamic form, this is our main thing, and we need to take it as an input, right? So input of questions. So we got the questions. It is of type question base of string. That's it. So now we got this one. So now maybe hopefully the error will go away. So why this one is coming is null is assigned, something like that. Let's try to keep it as an div. I don't know, ng if questions dollar dot async as questions. I'm thinking of something like this. So now you must ensure the questions will be available. So now here I will try to keep it as like this, as questions. I have kept it, right? So is it wrong or what? So here questions doesn't exist. So here questions dollar async as questions. What is the problem here? We are getting, okay, here the div has been closed, something like this. So here we need to keep it like this. Maybe the error will go away. Still the error is there. So question base of string is for failing this error. So here let's go to the dynamic form.component.ts. Okay, we need to take it as a string here. So maybe hopefully this one will go away. Yeah, so this is not an issue, this is the issue actually. So we got the question based string. So now we need to populate it one by one here by looping over one by one dynamic form component, and we need to design it. So in the next video we will try to implement the dynamic form component. So this is how we will be doing the preparing the object, and we will be populating the form element. We will be creating the elements like that. Hope you understood about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So in the previous video, we have created the dynamic form component and we have got the questions and all those things, right? Now let's try to loop over one by one and let's try to create the form group. So now we got the form, we got the questions. So now we need to create a form. So for creating the form, what we need to do? So we need to get the form group. So there is nothing but form group. Okay. So for creating this form group, what we need to do? So let's try to create the form group using this. What I can say is using what I can say is using these questions, whatever the questions we are having. Let's try to create the form group. For this one, what I will do it is, so in the dynamic form only, I will create a new file that is nothing but question hyphen control. So controls. So for each question, I will be creating a control. So I will create a separate service for this one. So @injectable. So this injectable, what we need to do it is, so it should be injected. So injectable, and here let's try to keep it export class question control service. This is our control service, and here we will be having a method that is nothing but to form group. So we need to convert it to form group, and here you will be getting the questions for this one. So questions, you will get the questions as question base of string, and which is of type array. So this is the thing. So and this question base, so we'll try to import it. That's it. So now we will try to create a form group for this. So now let's say that I will be having a variable something like constant group of any is equal to, it's an object. So here this is an object I will be having, and here I will loop over one by one questions dot. For each loop I will loop over one by one, and I will get each question. So for this each question, so what I will try to do it is, so group with the question key. Question key is the main thing, right? Question dot key is equal to, if question dot required is there, if required is there means, if required is there means, then what I can do here, so what I can do is, so sorry, if question dot required is true means, then I will create new form control of. So if the question value is there means, I will try to populate it with the question dot value or empty, and validators dot required. So validators dot required. So this is the thing. Or otherwise, if it is not required means, I will create a new form control, the same thing, and here also the same thing, question dot value or empty. So this is the thing. So now each one, it will be added into the group with a group of question dot key. So now we got it. So here what I will try to do is, so I will return everything in a new form group. Each control I am preparing it, and I am sending this using the group. That's it. So now I am writing this two form group. So here what I will try to do is, in our dynamic form.component.ts file, so let's inject this. So here the form, I will inject the QCS is equal to inject of question control service. So I am injecting this one, and here the form group is equal to this dot QCS dot to form group, and we need to send the questions. That is nothing but this dot questions. That's it. So now we are sending the questions. We got the form, and here we can import the common module and also the reactive forms module, and in the providers we can do something like in the providers, so we can do question control service. That's it. So now we have injected all the things. So we have completed this one. So now what I need to do is, let's go to the HTML part. In this HTML part, what I want to do it is, so here we need to prepare the HTML. So let's try to prepare the question dynamic form component.html. So let's try to do it. So here what I will try to do is, see here I will create a form, and this form is form group is equal to the form. We have injected the form, and in this one, so one by one we need to add it. So here I will try to loop over the questions. So questions, sorry, for question of questions. So I will take one by one the questions, and here it should be tracked within question dot key. That's it. And here in this one we need to create, we will create one dynamic one. So here let's create the another component, that is nothing but ngGC dynamic form question. So each question I will try to send each question into a separate component. So I am creating a separate form for this one. Let it create. So dynamic form question is also created. So here what I will try to do it is, so in this one app hyphen dynamic form question. So this is our dynamic form question, and what I will try to do here, I will pass the question here. So question is equal to question. So I am passing the question. So each question I am passing it, and dynamic form component also here we need to import it in this one dynamic form question component. So fine. So let's go to the dynamic form question. So here you will be getting a question. So that is nothing but @input. So @input. So we should download this input, and here I will be getting the question which is of type question base of string. Okay, so this is the question we will be getting. Now let's try to loop over each one question, and we need to show that question one by one. So here let's go into the HTML part. Here I will do it. So here I can have a div class is equal to, so one by one form group. So I can have one form group, and here I can have one label. So for this one attr.for attribute.for is equal to question dot key. We can have the key, and here we can show that question dot label. So we have this one, right? Question dot label. So this one is also completed. So now here I need to provide options like if what I can say is question dot control type is equal to text box. If it is a text box means then I need to show it as an input. So here I can have an input type is equal to text. So here if you want you can take the type also, but here I am giving the type is equal to text like that only. And here I can have what I can do it is form control name. So form control name is equal to question dot key, and also you can also have an ID also. So the ID is equal to question dot key. That's it. And if you want you can also add the name and so that's it. So now if question dot control type is equal to drop down. If it is a drop down means then what I can do here, so we can have a select box, and in this select box the ID is equal to question dot key. Okay, and also the form control name is equal to question dot value, and this one should be in the not value, that one also it should be in the key only. Form control name is also key, so that value will be automatically, it will be selected. That's not a problem. So now here the options. So here you will be having the option. So for this one you can have a for loop let opt of question dot options. So you'll be having question dot options, and here you can have option dot opt dot, we can have the key. So we can have the key, and here I can have this option, and I can show the opt dot key, and here I can show something like what I can say value, right? Value is equal to opt dot value. So that's it. So these are the things which we are able to see. So form control name, why it is coming, since it is unknown property, question dot key. So it's all correct only, right? So form control name is equal to here also we need to add it like this only. So why I am added like this, that's the problem. So fine. So now maybe I haven't imported the reactive forms module in this one. Yes, fine. So common module and also the reactive forms module. Fine. So now we have imported this dynamic thing. So now let's try to, why this form control name, since it is an okay. So we can bind this one to the form. We should have a form group in the same thing only. So form group is equal to form. So we need to pass this form group into this one. So that's why. So that's not a problem. So we can have multiple form groups also, not a problem. It's not a problem. So in our dynamic form.component.html file, so what we can do, we can send the form group also. So form is equal to form. So we are sending this form, and in the app dynamic form question, so we can take this app dynamic form question. So here we can get the @input of form, which is of type form group. That's it. So that's it. So now we got the dynamic form. So here the form also, it should be working. Why it's not working still? So form is there, and here also form is there. Then what is the problem for this one? Property form doesn't exist in dynamic question component. Why? It is existing now, right? So it's of type form group. So what is the problem in this one? So maybe there's some problem, I think. So fine, I think it will, yeah, now it is set up. So now we have completed this one. So now we have the dynamic form component also, the HTML file also, and here we are sending the question. So let's try to see whether we can able to pass it or not. So can't bind questions or something like this means, so let's try to go here. Why? Because is, so question control service also we are having it here, app.component.ts file. Where is this app.component.ts file? Let's try to check it here also. So here we are injecting the question service, right? So here providers, and here we need to have question service. That's it. So let's try to see the output for this one. So whether the output for this one, question is equal to question. So dynamic form component. So I can't bind question since it is unknown property, app dynamic form question. Okay, so maybe in our app dynamic form question, so we are taking the input as a question base of string. Fine, it's correct only. So what is wrong in this form component? And here also I am taking the question base. So QCS is equal to like this, and here we are able to get the value. And dynamic form.component.html. So dynamic form question of type for question of questions. So we are trying to pass one by one the question here. So what is the question? Dynamic form component.ts file. Here we are taking, otherwise I will take it as an empty. So what could be the issue here? I am unable to get it. Let's try to see once again. Dynamic component question. The mistake is here I have to rate it as a question, not like that. Okay, fine. So hopefully everything is solved, I think. So now let's try to see the output for this one. So if I try to see the output, see here we are able to see the first name and email. So why this one gone? I don't know. Drop down means maybe the drop down question is equal to drop down in this HTML. So I have given it as a drop down. So then what is the issue? If it is equal to drop down means, then you need to go it here. The control type, what is that I have given? So for this question, where is this question service, question.service, and here we have created new drop down. So in this new drop down, where is the, from where it is coming? The drop down is coming from question drop down, and here I have given the override control type is equal drop down. So fine, hopefully I am able to get it, I think. But here let's try to add in our dynamic form question component.html. So for this one we will add class is equal to form control, then we are able to get it clearly. And for this one also class is equal to form control. Okay, let's see the output for this one, how it will look like. So still we are not able to see the first name and the last name. The first name and the email we are able to see. The select ID is equal to question name, and options we are able to see it, and the question dot control type is equal to drop down. If it is equal to drop down means, then we are able to check it. And now here we will try to check in our Angular inspect element. Let's try to see it, then we can able to understand it. So in our Angular it should have, okay, so here we are having this one. Okay, form is undefined and question is undefined. I don't know why. So here for this one is also form is undefined. Okay, so some problem is there. So let's try to check it here in our app. Let's go into our thing, and here in this form, so in this app dynamic form, whether we are able to get the data. So questions area of 3, and each one we should send it in the form. So for this one, we are able to get the form, and here also we are able to get the we are able to get the question. So control type is this one, and for this one also we are able to get it. So text box, why for all of them only a single one it is coming? So this one is same, this one is same, and this one is also same. How come? Maybe this is my problem. My first name email is coming correct only, right? So this one, if I try to check the inputs for this one, so this is the form and this is the control type, first name. So how come this one is coming value? Check once. So for this one only we are getting it as an undefined actually. So for this one we are able to get the form value and all those things. We are able to get the question and all those things. Let's try to check it why we are able to not get able to get it. That should be something like here only the question based the questions. So what are the type of questions we are getting it? Let's try to understand it. So here in our app dynamic form, so we should be able to get the questions as an array, and here you will be having last one is a drop down, control type drop down, favorite animal, everything is fine, required is false, type value is undefined. Okay, everything is nice only, right? Okay, hopefully this is looking fine only. So control type is drop down, and here in this form we are trying to loop over one by one. Question we got it, and here also we got the question as text box, email address and all those things. And for this one I don't know why this one we got the form as undefined, and also the so maybe the dynamic form.component.ts file, dynamic form.component.html file. So where is this dynamic form.html file? Yes, so dynamic form question is equal to question of questions track question.key. So something wrong is going on. So here let's say the dynamic form question.component.ts, or here in this one. So when we try to create this form, so here we will create it as a form of form group. I will write it like this. So maybe here we are not able to get it on ng on init only. We will get an input. So let's try to take it as an ng on init, and here I can write this dot form is equal to, so like this. So this is somewhat better way to implement it, and in our dynamic form question.component also fine. So let's try to check it whether now we are able to get it or not. So now if I try to see the output for this one, so now we are able to get the output for this LX, email and also favorite animal. So this is how we will be populating the dynamic forms in this one. So if you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video, and if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you. Hi guys, this is Leela. Welcome to my channel Leela WebDev. So we have reached the end of this creating of this dynamic form. So now let's try to see here. So let's go to the dynamic form.component.html file, and here so this is all so not this question .html file, this is our thing, right? Or otherwise what we can do it is, let's go to the app component. So this is our thing, and here I can create class is equal to form container. So it is somewhat not looking nice, right? And also here I can create h2 dynamic form. So I am giving some cosmetic changes. So now here if you try to see the output for this one, so hopefully we should able to get it. Let's try to see. Yeah, dynamic form, and this is all the LX, email and also the favorite animal. Now let's try to create a button for this one. So for the button will means nothing but it should be in the dynamic form.component.html. So here I will be creating inside this form, so one button, okay, submit, and you can have class is equal to btn hyphen primary. Now here you can have ng submit is equal to on submit. So you can have it like this. So now on submit button, let's try to take it on submit button, and here in our code, so here you can have on submit. So this is our code on submit, on submit. So now we need to show it in the on submit. So the data, so whatever the data you are trying to get it, so we can show it. So here I want to show something like, let's say that we have a payload which is of type empty. I want to show the payload, and here you can have it something like this dot payload is equal to JSON dot stringify of this dot form dot get raw value. So I'm taking total raw value for this one. So that's it. So we got the payload, and I want to show the payload in the HTML. So just we can show it in such a way that in our dynamic form dot component HTML, at the bottom I will show div ngIf. So you can use @if also. So just I'm using ngIf. If payload is there, so then I can have class is equal to form hyphen row, and here I can show the strong, okay, payload, saved payload or something like that, or otherwise payload you can have it, and here you can show the payload. That's it. So I want to show the payload. That's it. Now if you try to see the output, so whatever the things you are writing it here, and if I click on submit, so here we are able to see the payload, whatever the payload we have implemented. So if you want to show the errors and all those things, so we need to show the errors also, right? So that is also one of the important thing, if it is valid, something like that. So now let's try to get the what I want to say is let's try to get the valid thing. So that will be present in the here in this one, dynamic form question.component.ts file. That's it. So now here let's say that I will be having get is valid. I will be having one method, not method, getter function, return getter property. So return this dot form dot controls of this dot question dot key dot valid, if it is valid, dot valid. That's it. So now if it is not valid means then I will try to show the message. So here in our component, here at the bottom I can write in such a way that div if it is not valid, so that means ngIf, sometimes my data will not coming, so star ngIf is equal to not of is valid, then I can show the message class alert hyphen danger, and here we can show that question dot label is required. That's it. So now this is our message which we are trying to show it. So now let's try to see the output for this one. So now I don't know which one is required. So here you will be able to see first name is required, so that's why we have written it, and this one is not required, so fine, and this one is like this. That's it. So like this we will be implementing. If I click on the submit, so we are able to see the complete data. So this is how we can create the dynamic form in the reactive forms. So this is all completely is a reactive form, dynamic form. So what we have did it, let's try to recap once again. So we are having a question base here. Let's say that we are having question base, so that is nothing but the form element. So the form element will have a value, will have a key, label, required, order, in which order it needs to come, control type, and the type means the input type is equal to text, input type is equal to checkbox, and the options, and these are all the things I am trying to store it in the so in a class. So now here we are having a question.service.ts file. So here I am creating the type of all the controls which are available. So that is nothing but new drop down and new text box. So three things I am creating an object. So now we are having this new drop down, new text box, and all those things. I am creating a separate components, not components especially. So just think of it as a classes. Okay. So next one, what I was trying to do it is, so here we are having a service. Okay. So now this one will create a form group. So here it has created entire the form group, and let's go to the dynamic form component.ts file. So from app.component.html, I am trying to send the questions, and in the dynamic form.component.ts, I am taking the input. So I am injecting the question control as a service, and I am preparing the form group with the questions. So now here I am looping over one by one the question, and I am creating each form element. So the each question I am preparing, or otherwise you can say it as an app dynamic form control also you can say it. I am sending the question and also I am sending the form. So now in our app dynamic form question, this is another component. So we are taking it as an input, and here we are writing the conditions. So if it is a text box means then I am showing the text box. If it is a drop down means then I will show a drop down. If it is a checkbox, if it is a radio, like that we will go on right like this one by one. So here I am writing, and the validation errors and all these things, whatever it is available, here only I am implementing the validation errors also. So this is how the total thing has been written. And if you try to see the output, so this is the output which we are able to see. So now we have created a dynamic form. So this is all about the concept. So for example, let's say that if you try to add another one in our function questions or service.ts, if you create another text box like this, so another text box will come. So here you can keep it as an 4, and this one is in last name, and this is also a last name. I can change it to last name, and you can have it something like this. So now if you try to see, automatically the form has an last name, so you will be able to get a last name. So here I have created a last name. So like this we can create a dynamic form in the reactive. Dynamic form we can create it using the reactive, or otherwise template driven forms also we can do it, but by using the reactive forms it will be very easy. So right now we have implemented very clear, right? So this is all about the forms concept in the Angular. So we have completed the major concept, that is forms. So from the next video onwards we'll try to learn about the HTTP client. So we have learned so many concepts like template driven forms, reactive forms. We have learned different types of validators and how to implement these all validators, and now the dynamic form also we have learned it. So that's it guys about this concept. If you have any doubts or any suggestions, please post the comments below to this video. And if you like this video, please do support me by subscribing to my channel. Thank you.